Good morning and welcome to NSTV's annual celebration of World Art Day. I'm Erica Bradley, the Executive Director here at Norchard Television. So welcome everyone. What you were just watching, if you had turned in early, was Great Neck Plaza's Poetry Award ceremony. It was very interesting. Local poets calling in, reading their poetry, 3 winners. They do it annually. We love to air that here as well. Today we have a great show for you. Many artists from all over Long Island. We have dancing, music, poetry, painting, and I just want to recap a little bit about what we do annually because this program started with Shirley Romaine, the late great Shirley Romaine. She was a huge artist here on Long Island, and she is the one who brought this to my attention and said, you know what? I want to start a thing that we highlight the local artists here on Long Island. What can we do? And so about 5 years ago, we decided we were going to do this annual show. And so I always like to bring her and make her a part of this because she was wonderful, as well as Norman Hall, who used to be on our board of directors, and he would bring arts to Long Island as well through the Playwright Showcase. And so we celebrate them, and we celebrate all of the artists here today. So now you're going to see somebody super special. She comes annually. Her name is Lisa Fazio. She's a painter. She's going to do a beautiful work of art today. In addition to being a painter, she's a medium. She does consults for you. It's going to be great. And so without further ado, here's Lisa.
Thanks, Miss Erica.
You're
It's always great to see you. Thank you, everybody here at the studio. Thank you so much for joining today. And sit back and relax. You're going to enjoy a great segment of learning how to paint watercolors and oils today. And I am a lover of Long Island, and so that's what we're going to be featuring today. And if you're a beginner or an intermediate or an advanced, you'll love the program. It's going to be great. It's for you. So welcome, welcome. Again, I'm LisaFazioArtist.com. You can follow me on any social media platform, and on my website, you can sign up for emails. Okay, so let's begin. So for me, it's about the love of the landscape. I find there's many inspirational places all over Long Island that you could visit. You could go to any of old Westberry Gardens, planting fields, or even the beach. So if that's you and you're like, well, I have some time on my hands, I would love to really learn how to relax, the first thing to do is to pick up a sketchbook. So people get very intimidated. They think, oh, I can only draw a stick figure. If you can write your name, you can begin, okay? You could start with writing, you could start with collecting photographs of the area that you fall in love with. So for me, it's picking up a really gorgeous sketchbook. So if you've watched me in the past here at the studio, I have shown various sketchbooks that I've had over the years, but for today I'm going to just show you my most favorite one and how I create a painting from the sketchbook. So in the beginning, you go to the store and you pick up what you really like, and this is a moleskin. It has watercolor paper inside and a little pocket on the back that you can supply. You can pick this up at Blick's Art Supply Store, which is here in Long Island, and you could also pick it up on, I think it's a cheapjoe.com. It also features a couple of different sketchbooks. So here I'm just going to give you a little peek of what it is that I like to do in my sketchbook. One thing about a sketchbook is that it is personal. It is for you. In the book, it doesn't come out, it's binded, so if the pages are messed up, it's okay. It's all about for you, right? I'm not going to take it out. First thing first, you always make sure that you have your name inside, a contact number, because you'll really be unhappy if you lose your book. This is kind of a large one. If I travel overseas, I'll have one that's half the size, but this one is just featuring Long Island. So here you begin. What do you paint? Well, I go on location and I just start sketching. So here it is. This is an ink sketch. I decided to do a little calligraphy. This is Cedarmere, one of my favorite places to paint. And I just gradually do it over time. There's no rush. Just as in life, if there's something I enjoy, I don't want to rush, right? Sometimes I will do some of the painting on location and then I'll bring it back into the studio. Why is that? Because this one is watercolor and it might be too windy there. There might be elements of eaves and such, or the lighting is too much. So you can start your inspiration here on site, right? And just then bring it back into the studio. What else? The other thing I do is I love to pick up pen and ink. So this is a pen and ink pen that you dip in and you refill every session that you have. It's a little messy. You have to make sure that you bring wipes. These are the ones I recommend, the wet ones, like this, because the ink is going to get all of you. So I will sketch maybe in pencil first and then ink second. Here shows you a little photograph on location. Again, I like to really just pick and choose what I see there. The styles, what do you put on the page? Well, I just decided to sketch in the mansion here. This is Old Westberry Gardens, and then do a highlight of the lilacs, which is my favorite time of the year, and then do some calligraphy here. So there's no one way or wrong way to do anything. This one is all in one color. This is a sepia tone. Here's a photograph of the location as well, just to give you an idea. How long do these take? I might go back each year and just do a highlight of one flower and then go back. This is planting fields. You can see the flowers and also the time of the year. So I'll look at this sketchbook and say to myself, this is a fall sketch because these flowers are the dahlias and they don't exist in the spring. So I like to recognize the different times of the season around here on Long Island, and there's so many beautiful places you can visit. They have websites in which they can tell you what is in bloom at when, and then you can go there and photograph it. Again, taking your camera, even taking your iPhone, and using that as a form of art as well. But I like to sketch everything. This one took me 3 years because every time I went to the Dahlia Garden out east, it was so big and massive. I wanted to get a walk in, then I wanted to get a photography session in, that I only had a little bit of time to actually do any painting. It's always so graciously waiting for you. You don't have to feel a need to finish things. Like here's this one. This one is, where is this? Oh, again, this is planting fields. I started this last year. I decided to do it in this type of layout because I thought it was more interesting, but I didn't do the writing until later. Again, you might get the words first, you might get the images first. This I'm going to do a little demo. And then this one is a painting that I have here, which I'll talk about in a little bit. So this kind of gives you an idea, right? But the last one I wanted to really show you, but well, I'll show you later. So the sketchbook, what do you take with you? So you're going to take just a sketchbook. I'm going to do a demo. I'm going to make sure I do a little demo on both, working on the sketchbook and on the easel, so you see. So this is just like a little travel palette. I have other ones. This is just really great for demoing, showing you live. The paints are already dry, so everybody's like, ew, what is that? It's like dry paint. You can make a little color swatch here to see what colors these are here, because when they're dark, you really can't tell. This comes with this little hoity-toity brush. This is not a traditional brush that you would paint as a full-time artist, but these are great for traveling on an airplane. I've met some people along the way during my travels that had like a houseboat. You don't have a lot of stuff, you're a minimalist. This is a perfect way to do it. You carry a little bit of water in here. TSA is not going to be giving you grief that you have that little bit of water. Tell them you spit in the bottle, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, you go like this and you just press the water out and voila. So in fact, while I'm doing that, I might as well demo. You're just reconstituting it, which means you're just re-wetting it, and I'll just show you how I work it. So I've already done my sketch, and I'm just coming in here with a little bit more color. So with watercolor, it always dries a little bit lighter, and it's all about layering. And this is a pink house. If you've gone to planting fields, you know the pink house. Everybody knows this little house. And all I have to do is go back in. Let's see, what do we have? Green. And I'm touching more than one green color. Isn't that cool? It's one brush, and it has all the colors that you need on it. And you just layer it on. I know you're not really seeing what I'm touching in the palette here, but I'm now I'm choosing a darker green. Well, you can see that. So you're like, well, what do you like? First of all, I would usually do not paint watercolor upright like this, but there's a fan on, and so I know it will dry. Adding in a little detail. See that? If you come in close, you'll see the little bit of the detail. You're not coming in close. Okay. Here's the ink. Let me show you how that works. So this is you picking out what it is that you want to paint in the location. So first you go shopping, you look for your shapes, you look for something that interests you, and then you pull out your palette and you begin to sketch. Your sketchbook and your palette, yes, together. So here's the ink portion. It has about, I guess, 2 days worth of ink. I've already put in some pencil lines, so you're going to ask me, what do you put in first? The chicken or the egg passing the house, right? Which one goes first? Well, you can either do the pencil sketch, you can do the ink first, the watercolor, and this incident of mixed media, they call this, it doesn't really matter. For me, it doesn't matter. I mean, other people probably have more of a... Now, I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes. I don't recall exactly where the shadows are, but this shows you how this technique is done. I'm putting in the little strokes here to say tree. Not crazy of me to be painting and drawing upside down, but this is what I'm doing for you guys today. So this is about you getting a feeling of what the location says to you. Here, the windows might be darkened a little bit. Come in here. Yes, with ink, if you make a mistake, you are married to that shape, absolutely. That is part of what happens with ink. But just as in watercolor, you have to adjust to what's happening. Unlike oil, when you put it down, which I'm going to do the second half. Here I am, I'm outlining the windows. There's a woman here that had showed up briefly, and I'm just making her in there again. She doesn't know that she's going to be in my sketchbook forever. Come in here with the line. For this particular pen, if you come in hard and soft, you will get different lines. So I can come in here with this kind of technique here, shadowing maybe one side. So as I'm using it, can you see how I'm squinting because I'm looking at the darks that I'm making in the painting as I'm working, besides the fact that it's dancing away on my body here. I'll change the pen stroke. I'm coming in here with some dots. Come in here with some lines, some cross hatching. So how much or how little? So see in this sketch here, I've distributed the darks and lights of the ink throughout the entire painting, see? Well, just as you get dressed in the morning, you decide how many layers you're going to put on, right? So this is the same thing. I'll decide how many layers of this dark ink I want to put on here. And that's what you'll decide as well. Come in here with little doodads, little circle things. It just tells me the story of a nice spring day. And as you keep going, it adds a beautiful, rich texture. I will go back in and do the calligraphy much slower and on a flat surface, not upside down. Let's see. So that's the ink. Let me show you the other part of the watercolor. So the watercolor, oops, don't fall on me. The watercolor would be, so I've already added a layer of light blue here. So if I add another one, it's going to just highlight it. So it's all about the rich tones, right? Can you see it if I turn it this way? Okay, there you go. I have an oil bucket here. I'm making sure I don't dip into that. That's hysterical. So I will do mostly, okay, that's a good question. Do you do watercolor or oil on location? It depends on how much time I have. Depends on the type of day. If it's really, really hot, if it's really windy, I might pick something a little bit easier. How about I just go to the location and just take photographs? So it's just all about you getting outside and having fun, okay? Don't give yourself so many rules. You're not gonna get out. It's not a perfect day, I don't have the right brush, blah, 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 just get out. So how do you know where to go to? Well, here on Long Island, we have a lot of botanical gardens all over, and a lot of them will have on their website what's in bloom. So even if you put in the Google what's in bloom on Long Island, it will show up. Besides your other social media platforms that also will have people who will be photographing where they have been. And then you'll say, oh wow, that's what's in bloom now. Sometimes us artists, we tell each other, hey, I was at Plenningfields and it's amazing there. I was at Clark Gardens, I was here. Brooklyn Botanical Garden has a beautiful display of tulips on display now. You know, what happens is with weather each year, the same thing may not be in bloom exactly on this day every year, right? Because we have all of a sudden a rainstorm or a windstorm. One year we had ice, and all the magnolia trees were in bloom, and then they all froze. It was so sad. Us artists don't like that. Look how beautiful that's coming out. See how the dark, rich purples are really just popping out there? So I'm just coming in with more layers of beautiful, rich purple here. I just want to kind of really pop this out for you. There you go. Now you can see it. I think what I'd like to do, so I'm squinting my eyes because I always make the joke every year. I say to you that I love Botox and I want to have more wrinkles, but the squinting of the eyes gives me the ability to see things in value. I studied at Parsons School of Design, and I studied black and white theory for 2 years. I didn't study color till later because I'm all about the drama, all about the value change. Now in this one, a lot of artists will say, well, where's the light coming from? I don't really remember, so I'm really more about, in this particular painting, about the design. Other paintings I'll show you in here, I did have a whole drama of light. But you do know that there's going to be a shadow underneath, underneath the roof there, so that does exist. Let's go in with that green. I'll show you how I would put in the green. So I'm squeezing the water out onto the palette, which I'm just going to show you, so that I'll put that down for a second. So I'm mixing my colors here on the palette, and I'm reconstituting them by touching here. So I will start with the yellow. You always start with the lightest color first. That's how come my palette stays clean. I'll wipe it here on the sponge, and then I'll bring in the blue. And then this is how I make my homemade green. Okay, so now I've made my green. And it does come with a little, I'll show you the whole thing, it's adorable. It comes with this little palette. Look how cute is this? This little mixer here. And you can get a little piece of paper here, and this is your whole to-go setup. How cute is that? It even has a little holder in the back. So if you really, really want to minimize, that you can carry with you. But for today's demo, I'm just showing it. Sorry for the screeching. Okay, let's go back to this, put this up.
Lisa, where do you get all your paints?
Where do I get all my paints from? This particular one I probably got on Amazon. But you can get it at Jerry's Autorama. You can get it at Blick Art Supplies on Glen Cove Road. They have this palette. Yeah, and that's what happens is as you paint with other artists, you start shopping through their stuff. You're like, oh, I like that so much. So this is an easy one to get. Don't let it hold you back. Just get out. I've ever gone on vacation and didn't have anything with me and asked the waitress to just give me their pen. You know, and then you say, where's the pad, you know? Because not every time you go somewhere do you have everything you need. So everybody has a phone, so you could start with your phone and start getting ideas that way. Okay, so here's just coming in with this color a little bit. Okay, so I'm noticing that the green has come into my bark. Don't get all crazy. It's kind of cool that you have this blending of colors. Oh, and Lisa forgot to do, so here's your wiping off. Oh, paper towels. Oh my goodness. So I have this thing, my girls always laugh, my two daughters laugh when I go somewhere to the bathroom. If they have really good paper towels, you'll see me walking out with them. It's pretty bad. But these are truly the best paper towels you get at Home Depot. They're the ones you use for painting and such. They're super thick. And what's cool about watercolor is you could keep blotting it, and you could just use it again. You know what I'm saying? You don't care that it's a colored cloth. So this is the coloring in here. So that gives you kind of a general, I'm just going to pull this color down and then I will show you what the next step is, what I'm going to do, which is the painting, other painting behind me. Just wanted to show you the watercolor part. So this has a little, now you can go over the other color. See, people are like, oh, what do you do with the white spaces? You can go over, it's transparent. I think that gives you a better idea of how I got to that space. I do have this little piece of paper here. This is also for you to maybe take your pen and double check that it's clean, or check or do some color checking. You know, is this the color I want? You would just touch it there. What else can I show you? So I said that I get inspiration from everywhere on Long Island. So let me show you. This is a sketch that is of planting fields. They have a beautiful, it's not a lavender garden, it's all these purple flowers that show up. And it's my most favorite time of the year to go. I think it's in June, and all the brides and grooms all show up and they walk down this path. So this is a quick sketch. I'm going to leave it exactly like this in my sketchbook. Why? Because some things are perfect to leave unspoken so I can use my imagination as to how it should be finished. So if you come over to this easel, this is my interpretation of this in an oil. Which way should I do this? I'll do it like this. Can you see both? Is it hard for you to show it in the camera? So this is really lightly drawn. And like I said, it just has the feelings of the garden, right? And it shows this lavender-looking field. It shows the distant trees. This is done in oil, and this is through many sittings of doing this. I was really happy that I wanted to have the time of the day. So this is when we were talking about the lighting. Where is the sun? The sun is sort of behind here, and it's casting a shadow. And so I portrayed that in my sketch, and then I did paint this on location. I took this big canvas with me with my oils, and the day was ending and they needed to close. So they weren't going to allow me to finish. So I went, okay, took as many photographs as I could, and then I went back to the studio to finish. But this is how your sketchbook helps you get to where you want to do a painting. And I'll do more than one, and that's why I've left it this unfinished place. So the other one I wanted to show you was going through all of these, is this one. And that's this painting. So this is now, we are now at Old Westberry Gardens. Where am I looking? So this is not this, so it's a little bit different. Here, got it. This one I just did kind of a vignette of different, so this is ink. I wanted to show the 3 different ways I like to work, which is in ink. This is watercolor, and this is ink and watercolor. Often I'll get a lot of commission work to do of people's painting of their special places, and I get to interpret the way I want it to, or the client will suggest to me, I like this medium only. So this shows you ink, watercolor, pen and ink, and now here behind me in oils. It all says Old Westberry Gardens. The other thing too is they're not in proportion, right? They're just vignettes. It still says Old Westberry Gardens. This one here, I love this one. I just finished this one off. Has what everybody loves about Old Westberry Gardens, which is the fountain. The entrance has that beautiful brick facade, and then it has this trestle here, which beautiful wisteria grows on it. The trick to this is picking the timing of what time of the year you're going to go paint there. There's so much to see. So right now all the tulips are up. I just went there. I go there frequently. Again, you go on their website. It will tell you what's in bloom. This one was towards June, I believe, that I painted this. And also they also plant different things throughout the year as well. So it's never always going to be the same. And again, we talked about weather changing the landscape as well. So here it is. Again, here's that cast shadow that I really love to put in here. And I wanted sort of it to tell a story. When you look at it, it has a lot of things going on, but art is about traveling your eye from left to right. It's sort of like reading, but it's with your eyes. It's kind of eye candy. So here you're looking at the detail of the trellis, and then you're moving maybe here to the light, and then back here around to the fountain, and then coming back around again. And every time I look at it, I have a little bit of a favorite spot. I don't know about you, but I really love that. So now I'm going to move on to doing an oil demonstration over here. And I'll show you how I'm going to do that. I'm going to move my watercolor away and bring in some oils. So this one I did sketch ahead of time. This is the photo, what it looks like. I'm over here. So here's the photo. I'll just do it like this, I think, yeah, for now. So here's the photograph. I blew it up nice and big so everybody could see it. I made it into a square. They have different platforms. One thing that's really cool about what we have now, years ago we didn't have this, there's all these apps that you can use. So in this app, it allowed me to make it into a square. And then I made it the exact size of this. I don't normally do that, but for today's demo, I decided to do that. Okay, so this is a square. Again, same location, different time of the year. Notice the flowers are totally different, which is what I find really cool. It's got a changing landscape. And it's not really a sunny day, so I'm going to kind of interpret where that light is that we were talking about. I pre-sketched it out. I do like to put a light coat of acrylic paint on. This one happens to be a board. That's my process. And the other thing I did, just for, again, demo reasons, just to show you, is they have all kinds of apps, again, like I said, you could use, and you could pre-sketch it so that I could move things around a little bit different than the photograph. Why would I do that? Because maybe I want to have more drama. So here, if you notice, there's more aluminums here. See how there's little circles? I decided to change it a little bit, and then when I transferred it, I changed it one more time. That's sort of artistic license. You can do whatever you want. It's your painting. If I wanted it to be exactly like the photograph, I would have just kept it as a photograph, right? So it's all about your interpretation. One thing I love about doing that with clients as well is they want the essence, the feeling of it, and that's what art does. It gives you the feeling of it, right? Oh, this wind really likes me. Move this here. Okay, so how am I going to begin this? Let me talk to you about how that's going to start. Let's see if that cooperates and stays up there. So what am I taking on an oil venture outside? I am taking with me a hat, suntan lotion, most likely an umbrella, because if it's really, really sunny, I don't want to be getting burned, and I would like maybe to myself and my art to be in a shadow. I'm going to take with me a palette. So they have things that attach to your easel that you can put your palette here, you can put your umbrella here, and then you always carry with you a little garbage bag, because you're always going to have scraps because it's extremely messy. And your brushes, of course, and your terp. So my terp might be here. You know, I'll have something to hold it up. A funny story I can tell you is last year I was painting at Long Beach on the actual beach, and I'm all excited because I have all my painting, and then the wind came and whoop, and went right on my chest. Oops, sorry for that noise. And it went right on my chest. It was terrible. But it was cool because when it all fell on the floor, the actual painting had all the sand from Long Beach on the artwork. And some people thought that was great and bought it. They said it was truly authentic. You have to learn to go with the flow. You're going to have bees following you. You're going to have bugs. You have to bring bug spray, okay? And you have to kind of just go with the flow. And again, it's all about being inspired, having fun, enjoying the elements. If there's a bunch of noisy kids around or blah, 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 walking, you have to just go with that. One time I'm painting some beautiful landscape, and people decided to go in the water and play sketch, catch with the dog. That's what it is. Okay, so going back to this. So I have already put my paints in already. Basically, I've picked predominantly 8 colors. You have like basic colors. I won't go into that exactly what colors they are, but I just pre-put the colors in. I always carry with me a few brushes. So today I only brought a couple. I'm usually a flat brush painter. They look like this. A palette for mixing. Always paper towels, like I said to you, and my terp. That's all I have. I made it very simple for today. And that's usually what you want to do when you're on location. So I get into position. All right, so we did our sketch first. So what's the first thing that I'm going to do? Well, it's nice to start from top to bottom, so I guess I'm going to do that. And a lot of watercolorists will do that as well. Maybe that's one of my things. So I'm going to come in here and interpret what I think the sky is going to be. So I'm dipping into a beautiful sky blue, and I'm just going back and forth here. How long is this going to take to dry? Depending upon how thick or thin I put the paint, it would take about a week. It's a little tricky when you're on location and you're moving a painting that's super wet. They have boxes in which you can use depending upon the size art that you have. There's a great product called Dawn dishwashing liquid, right? And those poor animals that get oil on them, how do you think they get it off? They use good old Dawn. Well, that's what I use when I get it on myself. You can carry it with you, or when you get home, if you get that oil on yourself, you just use that Dawn. That stuff gets everything out. So I'm just applying some color here. Again, I'm not really following exactly what the photograph says. I'm just kind of interpreting this. I put in my dark blue. So lighting. When you're on location, just as here as I am in the studio, the lighting is not going to be the same. So I might change it once I get back to the studio and realize I wasn't bold enough. I'm just using my flat brush now, coming in with just pure white and just dancing the color across. You can follow plenty of YouTube videos on how to apply. Everybody has a different technique, but for the most part they call this scumbling, where we're just putting in a very light coat of color. And then maybe you might want to add the drama later. I am a watercolorist as well, so sometimes I like to leave the color that's underneath, and I might do this. Just me. You're going to make up whatever you want. I have a friend of mine that she paints her whole painting with just the paper towel. And it's amazing, and you wouldn't know that when you look at it at the end of the day. So again, I'm squinting my eyes just to see what the color blending looks like, and then wiping off as I go along. So in order to keep the colors clean, you need to keep wiping. Hence the reason for having a lot of wipes. I'm coming in with some green. Now I want to keep my colors clean. One, because I only brought what I had needed on my palette here, and two, if I keep dipping into, let's say, the yellow and adding my green to it, it's not going to be yellow anymore, right? So now I'm going to make a yellowish green. I decided I'm going to come in here. So it looks like from the photograph that it's a very green painting. Yeah, but I'm not going to make it that. I'm going to make it colorful. So I'm just thinking in my head, what places do I want to have this highlight of bright green or greenish yellow? And one thing really cool about oils is you can change it. It doesn't matter. See, with watercolor, you're kind of married to that color when you put it on, unless you're going to use some type of white element to go in or collage over it. But with oils, a little more forgiving, and that's why people are like, I like oils only. Well, there's pluses and minuses. It's messy, you know, and there is somewhat of an odor. Sometimes people feel that they're affected by the odor. So I've already gone in from yellow to this green color. Again, I'm loving squinting. And I'm just coming in darks and lights here. Hello, goodbye. It's fine. Hey, you know what? If I didn't show you that I know how to work with things as I go along, are you kidding? I can tell you the craziest thing that happened to me painting on location is having people sit in my chair when I get up to wash my hands, and they think they're going to be the artist. So I have to learn how to just go with the flow. I already know what the painting looks like. It's fine. Look, was I even bothered? It didn't even bother me. So I have some of this sketching in here that I've done with my oils. I might just leave that in. I may not. I want to make sure that it says the story that I want. And I actually was going to toss the picture, so maybe Spirit did that ahead of time. Because you want to make it what it is that you want it to be, right? So here I'm going to come in with some darks, only because I want to show you where I want to lead your eye. I can't ask you how it's looking just yet. I will, though, Erica, ask you how it's looking. I'm not up to there yet, because this is the beginning stage. This is sort of like putting half your makeup on and asking someone, how does it look? It's just not there yet. And I'm going to see how much I can paint in my 29 minutes left. So It's all good. And it's not even, you know, I'll fix it more when I get back to my studio, but I just want to give you an idea of how cool is this green just coming in and bringing your eye in, because art is about entertainment, right? I'm the entertainer and the paint is here. Yeah. So what about the paint? So you have different grades of paint, professional grade and student grade. It's really what you can afford, but I do agree that you do have to have decent paints and decent brushes. How do you care for them? Well, you wash them with Dawn. Dawn is just everywhere. I was asking somebody the other day, how does soap powder get named after a woman? I don't even know. Somebody has to look the history of that up. And that product is great. We wash our brushes out with that, or Murphy's Oil soap. Let me just get these in. And then you can wash it with baby oil to kind of keep them soft and limber. So again, I'm squinting my eyes to figure out where I want the focus to be, but I wanted this dark parade of color. I'm wiping the brush off. So I'm not using my terp to swish it around. You're not hearing that noise. You're just using the brush, the paper towel, to wipe it off. Besides the fact that I don't want terp all over myself, it ruins your brushes, and it's about clean color. I like that already. So again, I'm squinting my eyes just because I love to have that. I'm going to try to do this path for you. Let's see how good I could do so much here. So I've gotten my establish of my darks. I am going to, excuse me, get my photograph that just fell. Let's see how long she stays up again. Or he stays up again. Ha ha ha. Yeah, so the other dark that I see here is in here. So I'd like to put that in now. The blue that I put in the background is really sort of the mid-tone, right? So it looks like it's a reddish brown. Again, you're the artist. You get to pick whatever you want it to be. What do I want you to be? Well, if I pick a warm tone, which is over here, it's going to pull it forward. So let me just put this color, because I already just painted it. And I don't really see that anywhere else. And I want to just put this darkish red. So here's the red. I've already made it. It's going to fly off again, I know. I'm interpreting this. So now I'm just mixing like a blue into the brown. It's hard because you can't really see what I'm doing, because I can't put the palette up for you to see what I'm mixing. I mix this dark brown, and then I'm going to put in, I don't like to make my darks have just black in it or anything, so I like to throw in a little, whoops, too much of a surprise on that. This is like maybe a rose color, because it's all about just value change, right, which is darks and lights. There's some darks here, switching and changing it. And again, the great thing about oil, if I don't like it, I can just wipe it off. Maybe I can take my oil and drag it down now. So this is a brush that just has terp on it. I do like that. You can do this sort of technique in watercolor as well, but in oils it's a little bit different. Oh, I like that. So I like it because it almost looks purple because of the blue that I have in the background. Yeah, I am liking it. You should have a conversation with your artwork. You should like it. You know, I want you just to have fun, okay? If you take out your little sketchbook, go and do that. You want to just take out a book and start drawing and writing, go do that. Just get out. It's so beautiful this time of the year. We just came out of winter, and if not, you'll find somewhere that's sort of like winter. And if you can't get out, there's so many photographs on the internet. Years ago, you would be saving photographs from ads of seed stores and such because you were in so desperate need of a good picture of a rose or something. You have the internet now. Everybody's sharing their photos. And, oh, is that legally okay? Yeah, well, you know, if you are altering the painting enough, a lot of artists will say you need to give the rights. You can ask permission to the photographer, may I use this to paint from? I have people often ask me that on my platforms. Do do you mind if I paint from this? And I don't have a problem with that. But it's nice when someone asks, and it's a compliment. But these are photographs that I've taken. I think I'm going to make that evergreen a little darker, because if it's too light, it's going to come too forward. And I don't want to make it too dark. I usually like to make things, I'll show you, in a purple for the background, but let me not go too far with that. What am I up to next? Let's do the path. I just want to put in, I'm just staining the board. So a lot of this is about relationships to each other, right? So when you get changed in the morning, you're like, I'm going to put my jeans on. What should I put with that? Well, you've got to put the jeans on first, right? And then you're going to know what you're going to put with the shirt. Right? Well, I don't know what jewelry am I going to put with that. I'm not sure. We'll put the shirt on and the pants, and then you'll figure it out. So everything is in relationship to each other, right? So I'm going to put this gray tone in. Probably going to add a little lavender to it, just to make it prettier. And then I'm going to add in a little bit lighter brown color. The forgetting the name of this color, but it's a light ochre. Thank you, Lisa. Yellow ochre. To say, indicating perhaps that's the sunlight coming over. You don't want all the dashes to be the same. And you don't want everybody to know what brush you used either. So you don't want it to be the, oops. Aha, I got you before you left. Okay. Let's put in, squinting my eyes again. I wanted to put in a dark background here. All right, so let's go with, let's do the blue. Everybody's dying to see what that looks like. So this trellis is what Old Westbury is known for. Everybody goes and takes pictures of the wisteria, and they have beautiful, locust flowers there. Oh my God, lotus flowers there, beautiful. So I want to make sure I remember which is dark and which is light. Okay. So I've already drawn in the dark shadows. So I'm squinting my eyes to make sure the value is right. I think I want it to be a little lighter. Let's see, Lisa. See, everything is according to what it's next to. Let me just step back. Well, hello. I can see what color, yep, same color. Yeah, so everything is in relationship to each other. So when you go shopping for, let's say, picking up paint for your room, you need to look at the colors during the daytime and during the nighttime. So like I said to you, I will look at this when I get back in the studio and see if I'm okay with this. This looks pretty. This greenish turquoise color, which is what, again, everybody loves. And I'm just dabbing it in because this is sort of my style. You do whatever you want, but this is my interpretation of what it looks like. And so it's going to start to come alive as we paint along. So the whole concept was to show you. Do I need to move this? So there we go. So it's a little flatter. There you go. So it's not on an angle. This thing is going to fly off on me. Is this better, Mike? Yeah. Yeah. Because otherwise you're seeing it from the side. That's annoying.
No, we were seeing from over here.
This is okay, right? Yeah. Because otherwise you can't see anything. It's too much of an angle. There we go. It's all right that you're seeing the back of my head. I don't care. All right, let's see. I'm going to make sure we carry the color across. So what are some of the struggles that you have with painting outside? One is the weather. So they have really great weather apps. Weather Underground is my favorite one. A science teacher told me about it. It tells you what the weather is going to be within 15 minutes. So why does that matter as an artist? Well, the lighting is going to change. So I want to know if the morning is going to have the sun. I want to see the sun. So hello, get out and see it. Or if that cloud over there in the distance is going to be piling some rain on me. You know how fast I'm going to have to run if I'm on location and I'm just poured all my paints? So make sure you go out with knowing what the weather is. The other thing is you're always going to be a little hungry. Don't go on location and then say, oh, I ate one grape. Hello, you're going to be tired. You have to walk all the way to the car. There might be something chatting with somebody, and then time has gone on. Always bring something with you, and water, of course. Always make sure you're hydrated. Make sure you have something to eat, even if it's just a snack bar. A chair. I do carry a chair with me. I like to have lunch sometimes there. Why not? I mean, it's not just about the painting, right? It's about enjoying the environment and feeling all of the essence of it. So yeah, I bring a chair. If not, you can find where there might be a bench. In Old Westberry Garden, they have a wonderful cafe there that's delicious. And the first weekend of June, I'll be there painting with my fellow painting friends, and we'll take a break at 1 o'clock and chat with each other and then go back to work. I mean, this is work for us. It's enjoyable. There's a whole artist struggle that goes along with it, and it's rewarding when you feel at the end of the day that you're enjoying it. So now I'm changing the color of the trellis to be a little bit darker in certain spots. I already pre-mixed the color. I'm liking that. I'm hitting happy to myself. This looks good to me. I want to just have it this sort of sketchbooky kind of look. It's what I like now. I have a finished one when I'm done. I can show you when I'm done, but this is sort of the technique I like. I like that. High five to me. I think that's coming out nice. Again, this is only the first layer. How am I doing with time? What other things? I'm making sure. So a lot of other things that beginners struggle with is the perfectionism part. I'm going to go in here with the purple because everybody wants to see how I do the aluminums. It's about you, right? And it's about you and the relationship of your artwork and how you feel when you're painting, right? Do you think you're doing a good job? I will have my students come over and go, how does this look? Is it good? Well, I mean, I'll be honest and say if it's not good or not, but you have to find good in everything, right? Try to find, I've learned this, even with yourself. If you're going to constantly pick on yourself, then you're not even going to want to do it again, right? So try to find the things that are good in it. And try to find the good in the fact that you got up and you attempted to go and paint. Maybe you got really good photos that day. I can tell you as a photographer, I can beat myself up that, I missed that great photo, or, today I didn't. The thing with artists, where do we go first? It's so beautiful out. Oh, I should have went to the Old Westbury today. They said that the blah, blah, blah was in bloom. And then you can't do that. You cannot beat yourself up. So here I'm putting the shadow color underneath the aluminums. How cool is this? Oh, I love it. And I've painted this a lot of different times, but never the same each time. Never the same each time. Another good question people will ask me, which ones do you keep for yourself? The ones that I love. And then when I'm ready, I'll let them go. Usually let's say this one might become my favorite for the week. And then I'll let it go. That's coming out fun, isn't it? I don't know if the studio lights are kind of altering it too much, making it sort of psychedelic. When I came in, I had pink all over my, pink lights on my face, so I don't know if the colors of the studio are changing it, but I'm pleased with this. It has sort of a nice watercolor feel, doesn't it? That's sort of what my forte is, yeah. Yeah, so I would say that, like I said, the beginner problems would be is not leaving enough time, not bringing a snack, and you have to forgive yourself. You're going to forget something. You have to go with the flow and just laugh at yourself and say, oh, well, all right, that didn't work out. Or I had to that was a bad painting day. I had to paint that thing all over again. And then a lot of times you're just very critical of yourself. So now I'm going to come in with some darker purples because I think that's what it needs. You'll say, oh, I really don't like this. I was teaching a class once. And I came in, said hello to the students, and this woman says to me, oh, I don't like what I did some work at home, can you help me? And I'm like, sure, I'm going to go sign in. So I go to sign in, I come back, and she had ripped her paper in half. Why did you do that? She goes, well, I was struggling so much I couldn't stand it. It was like, I went there and I sat and I made the changes, I taped it together, and I told her, this is what I would have suggested. She goes, oh, what am I going to do now? I'm like, from now on, you and your artwork cannot be left alone. Cannot be trusted. So be kind to yourself. Sometimes you just need a day to let it sit. I call it, let the painting paint itself for a little bit. Maybe that following day you'll be a little bit kinder to yourself. So I wanted to show that sort of merging. I want to make sure that I don't get muddy, so I'm going to pull this color off because it was a wrong choice. In watercolor, you could do the same thing. This kind of like blotting is fine, but here I'm taking some turp, and I just took it off. Boom, done. I'll put something else there. It was getting too muddy. I was trying to add in the green. Let's add in the light purple to that spot so I don't have to look at it anymore. There we go. All right. Also important is to step back and look at your work. That's why we work on an easel. Some people, okay, I do not like all that green now. It is a lot of green. Well, that time of the year that I took the photograph was very green in that spot, but that's not how I'm going to make it. Now I'm going to come in with my dark greens here. And then I'm going to put flowers on top. So you don't want to be too critical of yourself, okay? First time you're going out, I mean, that's the biggest thing too, is just adjusting. And then you can always paint over it, right? And for the watercolor, you can always collage it, turn it into a collage. Now the colors should be fading out a little bit as I go back. They have a little more purplish tones to them, so I want to make sure that I fade. Everything can't be this bright pink, bright value colors, right? Because when you look at a painting, it has this gradation, and in order to do that, you have to kind of dull the color a little bit. Kind of gives you the feeling of space. That is a hideous color, Lisa. I'm trying to not touch everything on my palette here. I wanted to just, all right, touch that later. Make sure I don't turn my easel off. All right, so now I'm just blending this. This yellow was just too bright. Now I'm just toning it down. So my idea here is, oh, watch my time. I'll paint for a little bit longer and then I'll show you the finished painting. Is to just get the colors on here. Let's see, what are the things, other tips I want to make sure? Well, one of the things I wrote on my note is how not to be bored. Changing the location, changing the medium, and how about joining some art organizations or taking a class? I have a group that I take out all the time. We do a meetup, lisafazioartist.com, so you can come meet up with us, or I paint in my studio. I do a Wet and Wild series, I call it, and we're painting in watercolors because you can get pretty wild. So I added in some really nice looking, I like it, the melon color, like an orange color. Maybe I'll add in a darker orange here. So tulips are out now. Oh, love tulips, and it's kind of about the layering. I like that. That looks good, and then I'm going to add in some dark green. So you want to make sure you're always looking at the values, the darks and lights, what's popping out. Erica, how is this coming out now? Does it look like a painting? So here's something that's finished. And here's something that's in the stages of being finished. Do you see how I'm working towards that? And it takes some time to do it. But I wanted to be able to show you today how the thoughts start from your sketchbook and then move on to a canvas. And I interpreted two different ways where I made one large and one small. And I'll keep doing it over and over again. So let me just show you, for instance. The other thing you can do is, I'll just introduce this now, I don't want to make sure I don't forget, is suppose I don't want to do the whole painting. Where am I? And I want to just do a small area. So if there were tulips here, perhaps I just do a small painting of just tulips, right? And this is a 6x6, and this doesn't take a long time, right? And you always put, like, let's say the date or what have you on the background, and then the time of the year. So this is spring, right? Because it's tulips, and now this is fall. You have your sunflowers. So you can take your landscape and make it smaller just according to what the season is. This one, I took an old canvas and I just painted over it and left a little bit of the colors in between. So this one's wildflowers, right? So same idea, layering nice, thick, juicy colors on, and then just getting your design in. Let me see a little bit more. So how do you know when the painting is done? Well, it's done when you feel it's done. But I usually like to let it sit for a couple of days. So now maybe in this stage, if I'm coming, oh, don't get on the studio, Lisa. Becoming impatient, I might want to just stain the canvas because I want to see where it's going to go with all this green. And like I said to you, my technique is about leaving a little bit of the color underneath. For this year, every year I change my style. I think if you've been following me here at the studio, I had brought in a painting where I did a whole black series of only working on black canvas. So every year I change it up. I like variety as well. So I'm just coming in here deciding what I like, what I need to feel that needs to be merged. This is why the brush is so long. So you don't get all bent into it. You need to have that distance. Watercolor brushes are short. I want to like finish this spot right here before I end with you guys. What color would I make that, Lisa? So yes, do I talk a lot to myself in the studio? Yeah, I do. I'm going to say that I would like to make this like a light pink. And guess what? If I put the color on and it looks terrible, I can take it off. And watercolor, you could do that too. You just have to do it quickly. Let's see, is this rose color working here? A little bit. These were actually roses here, so I think I'm going to, so this is a phthalo red that I have on my palette here. And I'm just hitting this with a little bit of color. I do like the red here. I like the pink here better than here. Remember we talked about like makeup, I mean not that you're going to put pink on your cheeks and pink on your, but, or let's say the color of what you're wearing on your shirt. You know, should you wear a long necklace or short necklace, right? So you decide that as you go along. Yeah, so I like this. The only thing is that these are the roses here, and then they have these tall flowers that I don't know what they're called, but I want to just do a group of pink here. So I like to do a lot of colors, and I'll show you one of the finished ones when I'm done. I'm all about color pop. So what color are you going to put back there, Lisa? Well, in the photograph, let's go back to the photo. Yes, these colors are not exactly these colors. I get it. It's fine. I'm the artist. I get to decide. Nah, 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 nah. You know, I'm going to decide what I want. Yeah, too bad. Too bad. I'm doing what I want. Look, if you can't have that in life, whatever. When you were a kid, you had to do whatever everybody else wanted to do. You're an adult now. You drove to this location. Do whatever the heck you want. I think we're very critical, but you know what you like. I mean, you have cameras now, and you can tell what looks good. All right, so I have to decide. I like that it has a lot of red in it. All righty. No, but what I would like to do is, okay, see? I'm going to put in, I have to decide, there we go, I made the decision. I wanted to do the lighter colors in the front and the darker in the back, because I didn't want it to be too, you don't want to look like, I don't know, you had too many drinks in between painting, you know. So I'm going to add, I decided I'm going to add in some white color here. Again, it's all interpretive. What is it? I don't know. I know it was there. I forget the name of this. I think they're hollyhocks. They grow in a upward. This is not a botanical painting. Botanical painting would be exactly a replica. It would say this time of the year, these flowers would not be together, blah, blah, blah. Like there's no sunflowers in this picture, although I'm sure somebody could put sunflowers in here if they wanted to. Look how pretty this is coming out. I like it. Let's step back. So this is a finished one. Let's see, where are we? Here. So this is not the same painting, okay? So here's 3 interpretations of the same location, 1, 2, 3. They all say Westberry Gardens, right? In their own way. Should I move this over? I want to move it over because I'm tired that it doesn't reach. So this way I can stand. Sorry, I know Mike's like, Lisa, where are you standing? Look, how fun. Yay, all 3. So it gives you an idea of my interpretation of, where am I? Over there. Westberry Gardens. Again, these both are 12 by 12 panels. This one I think is 12 by 24. One is not, you know, worse than the other. They're just 3 different interpretations, right? And that's what's really about for you, is how do you want to interpret the landscape around you? It's about getting outside and having fun. Go get a sketchbook, all right? Pick out something that speaks to you. A lot of times you'll pick something that's lightweight. Just get started. I leave the bag in my car so that I'm always going to be in my to-go mode. You can leave your water bottle and your snack in there. Pick up a little palette. They have small ones that you can travel with you. And that's it. And join a group. lisafazioartist.com. I'm always having meetups. You want to be around like-minded people who enjoy what you do. And we live in a beautiful location called Long Island. And there's Gold Coast homes everywhere. There's no excuse. Get out. Drive to the beach. Walk to the boardwalk. There's inspiration everywhere you look around. And look at the weather, you know, and also endure the weather. If it looks like it's going to rain, grab the umbrella. You get some really great shots in the rain and in the puddles. And then hop on the train and go to Manhattan and do that as well. But whatever it is that you do, I hope that you just feel inspired to just go out and do it. There's never one way to do it, just the act of you getting out. They always say the wasted paint is the paint that's left in the tube, right? So get out and pour those paints and enjoy yourself. It's all good. It's all good. I hope you enjoyed the segment. Again, please follow me on social media, lisafazioartist.com, and I hope to see you soon. And thank you so much for North Shore TV for bringing me out here today. I appreciate it. Take care.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate having you here. We're actually here to talk a little bit about your mom, who is an artist, and she did watercolors. Can you just introduce us to you and your mom and tell us a little bit about everything?
Sure. My name is Karen Florimonti. I'm a Northport, New York native. My family grew up there. And my parents were both artists, and they went to Farmingdale. That's where they met. They went to Farmingdale for art. And so my mom became a professional artist after that. She did graphic art at the time before computers. And she worked for a lot of different companies. I think she started out at the Penny Saver. I don't know if anybody remembers the Penny Saver, but it's a very old publication. Yeah.
I think it's still running some places, actually.
Yeah, but when she was doing computer graphics, it was all cut and paste. And then later on, she self-taught herself on the computer. So my parents had an art supply store in Northport. So my mom would do the graphic artwork in the back, and then my dad would run the shop in the front. So, and I grew up with art. I worked there. I went to art school myself.
Okay.
Yeah, I went to New Paul's and got my art teaching degree. And so I've been teaching art for years and years. And so later on, my mom, when she started, slowing down and retiring, she really got back into watercolors, which she really loves. And she does, I used to take pictures in college. I took a photography class. So I would give her the pictures and she would paint the pictures. Mostly of coastal Long Island. She loved doing lighthouses. She loved doing, anything harbor on harbor. She did a lot of Northport Village dock pictures as well. So, but she was quite talented, and I'm very proud of her. She passed away last year in December. So, what I wanted to do was I just wanted to start, you know, memorializing her through her artwork and sharing it with people. So that's really what I'm passionate about now.
That's amazing. And there's no better way to memorialize somebody than to share what they love.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Love. So, and I guess you had no choice to be an art teacher since your parents were both artists.
No, no. My first teaching job was actually because when I graduated, I couldn't find a job anywhere, and so the only job I could find was in the Bronx and high school, and it was a rough crowd. But I stuck it out, and then my husband, he's a chef, and we moved around a little bit. We were in Atlanta and did a little, art teaching there. And then we moved to his company, Marriott, moved us to Williamsburg. So we've lived here in Williamsburg, Virginia for about 25 years now.
Okay.
Between that time, we also owned a restaurant. It was called Florimonti's, and it was like a deli and bakery. And what we were trying to recreate was, that New York deli kind of scene into Virginia. And we did that for about 12 years till we got a little burnt out.
There's nothing like a New York deli. And when I leave New York, I'm always looking for something that's similar to New York deli. So that's a great idea. So tell me a little bit about your mom and her watercoloring. Did she ever say like why that was her favorite medium?
I think it was because it was just so fluid. And it's really just a one-shot thing. You can't go back and fix. But I just think she liked the fluidity and the feeling of it. It's and she really just tries to capture, realism in her painting. Nothing is abstract or anything like that. She loved just doing, realism in her artwork. And again, she was self-taught on that as well. Yeah.
And so what a bond it must have been, though, for you to take the photography and take these pictures and then have her draw or paint your picture.
And a lot of the times, too, because when she started to retire, I had already moved away, and she would paint something, and I'd be like, didn't I take that picture? Did I take that picture? And she'd be, sure enough, she'd say, yeah.
That's amazing. Now, do you have any of those paintings still around?
We have all the originals, and what I've done is I've made cliche prints on fine archival watercolor paper that I like to share with people. I often give them to friends. I started selling them on Etsy. But you can view any of those at bevswatercolors.com, and you can see any of the images that she has in her collection.
Sure. And
there's many more out there, too, because she gave a lot away. Just don't know where they are.
it's sharing a piece of her. So I think that that's
Yeah.
beautiful, you know.
And I have a funny story too, because my niece, her mother-in-law works in a thrift store in Northport, like a church thrift store. And somebody was buying a painting, and the woman noticed the bottom. She's like, Beth Buyer. She's like, she texted my niece and said, "Isn't that isn't that your grandmother?" And she's just like, "Yes, it is." And she's like, "I just sold an original."
Oh, that's a small world, huh?
Yes.
That's cool. Now, what was I going to say? So she lived on Long Island, and of course, the water is a muse for many people here on Long Island.
Yes.
Yeah. Did she have a favorite painting that she did that you know of?
Well, what she really loved to do was we grew up on Eaton's Neck, the peninsula, out there in Northport. And she would love to paint the Eaton's Neck Lighthouse. That was one of her favorite images. And a lot of people really don't get to see the Eaton's Neck Lighthouse because it's part of the Coast Guard now. So after 9/11, they closed down the road that would take you down because we would drive down there all the time. Um, and just go, she would love to just go down there and take pictures of that. She did that herself too, and paint those pictures. And she loved all the lighthouses. There's in the collection, you'll see Orient Point, you'll see Huntington Lighthouse, you'll see Fire Island. So there's quite a bit of a theme there. But then she also did a lot of boats and like I get again the harbor in there as well.
Now, did she always paint from an image, or did she ever go out and paint live?
She usually did it from an image. Yeah. Yeah. My mom was, she wasn't the adventurous type. She was more of the homebody, but she was always doing some sort of craft or something in the house. But, she wasn't that outdoorsy, let's say, especially as she got older.
Yeah, I imagine it's not that easy. It's nice to
Yeah.
have stuff near you and you're contained and you're just, but
Yeah.
I would think that it's hard for you, to picture painting from a small image, the detail and stuff. I feel
Yeah.
like that's difficult. So,
Mhm.
so how long did it take her to really like sharpen her craft for watercolor?
I think, you know, she probably picked up a lot of it. I'm sure she had classes in college as well. So, I'm sure it wasn't something that she just, started right away. I think she had been doing it for a while and then just, she was, she, super talented, I think, from the get go, to tell you honestly.
And, and
And at first, she was a little bit more detail oriented, trying to get every fine detail. And then I feel like she loosened up a little bit as she got older, and got used to doing the method of it as well.
did
And
she ever
she was probably like that. Excuse me. She was probably like that because of her graphic art background, where everything's so detailed and everything like that. So this is completely opposite.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, it's probably a little freeing when she let go of that
Yeah.
a personality in her type in her painting, So do
Right.
you have a favorite artist that you know of or someone that was kind of her inspiration, or is she just
She loved painters like Degas. She always loved that pastel, that real softness of the painting. A lot of the impressionists she did like. So I think that would be, her genre. And Watteau too. She used to love the scenes with the boats and, just the way they were able to capture that, the just the mood and the atmosphere so proficiently. So I think, those type of artists is where she would, you know,
yeah,
tend
yeah.
to towards.
Now, did I ask you, do you have a favorite painting of hers?
You did ask me. Me, myself.
Yeah.
Which one do I have? There is one that she painted. I took the photograph and it was down on a beach on Eaton's Neck. And it's just beautiful, soft grasses and, the ambers. It was taken in the fall, but the colors are just so amazing on that picture. And I love that one. And then there's just another one with grass too it's just a boat up on the beach, and that's another beautiful image. But I always liked her Northport dock pictures too, because that just brings back a lot of memories.
Yeah, paintings are interesting for different people, right? Because sometimes you
Yeah.
go memory or just a
Mm.
feeling, and it's very personal. They're very personal. So
It is. And to see a picture of somewhere where you grew up and you played with your friends and you took walks. We took many of a walk on the beaches there. So
Yeah, that's wonderful. Well, let me tell you, this is a wonderful way to memorialize your mom, and I'm sure that she's super excited and proud looking down at you for
Thank
doing
you.
this. And if you could just tell us one more time where we can see these images.
And that's
So let's just-
watercolors.etsy.com.
Okay, that's great. That's fantastic. Now, is there anything that we didn't talk about with your mom, that you would like to share?
I just, when she passed, and even people, went on through social media and things like that. I mean, everybody I've ever talked to, they were like, your mom was the nicest person in the whole world. And that brings me so much joy. And it was true. She was such a sharing, caring person. She gave to anybody in need. And she was just a caring person.
Well, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. And thank you for sharing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But that's okay. You're right. That's okay, because, she meant a lot to you. And thank you for sharing her with us. We appreciate that.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. And it means a lot to my dad too. My dad's he lives here now in Virginia with me around the corner. And they were married. They were married 60 years when she passed.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
So they were best friends for life. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's hard. But luckily, you do have these paintings and images, to remind you of her and her spirit.
Yeah.
So she surrounds you, like in your room right now.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you so very much for speaking with us. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Erica.
And we'll be sure to share the website with our viewers, and hopefully people will reach out to you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I'm Yulin. Welcome to 1010 Look. Those bags on the table are pretty and practical at the same time. Those are all remarkable from our old clothes. In today's episode, we will not only show how to transform old clothes, but also share more tips for eco-friendly living.
What the Earth looks like. Revere nature, the original appearance of the Earth. Animals and plants live here. Protect the environment. Severe water pollution. Air pollution and large amounts of garbage accumulation. Mankind destroys nature. Peaceful coexistence. Restore ecology. Share the earth. Start with us. Caring for the environment goes beyond mere actions. It's a lifestyle. In our daily routines, in addition to cutting down on disposable items, we can also conserve water and electricity. For instance, we can trim our shower time by a few minutes, shut off the tap while brushing our teeth, and turn off lights when exiting a room. Let's proceed to explore methods for turning old clothes and household waste into practical new items. In today's episode, we want everyone to see that every seemingly worthless old object holds endless possibilities ready for us to discover and transform. Every small action we take contributes to a significant force for protecting the earth. Whether it's recycling old items, conserving resources, or spreading awareness about environmental issues, we can all contribute to creating a more sustainable future. Small changes can make a big difference. Let's continue moving forward together.
Hello, welcome back to World Art Day. Today we have here with us Carolyn Raphael, which is a retired English professor from the English department at Queensborough Community College after more than 30 years of teaching. Her poems have appeared in journals including Measure, Blue Unicorn, Oberon, Mezzo Camine, and in the anthologies Verse Daily Corona, which were edited by Gail Teller, and Pomanac, Transitions edited by Kathleen Donnelly. She's the author of 5 poetry books, the latest of which is Travelers on My Route, which is she going to be reading from today. It's published by the Kelsey Books in 2023. She's the poetry coordinator of Great Neck Plaza in Great Neck, New York, where she works with Mayor Ted Rosen to organize the popular annual poetry contest and awards reading, which happened this past Sunday. So we're going to be talking about that today. Poetry in the Plaza, a favorite project of hers, places a poem each month on local bulletin boards and on the village website. Her website is CarolynRaphaelPoetry.com. Once again, that's CarolynRaphaelPoetry.com. So be sure to go there and check out her poems. Hi, Carolyn. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
You're welcome, Shanice. It's fun to be here, and thank you for introducing my book.
Of course.
A funny little aside, most people say route. And I grew up a long time ago saying route because there was a television program called Route 66.
Yeah.
And now everybody calls it route, but you called it route. You're on our side.
Well, I'm from Jamaica, so we say route. So.
Good. Okay, shall I begin?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, this is my new book, Travelers on My Route, as Shanice nicely said, and I'd like to start talking about some of my passions, the first of which is my family. And I'd like to start with a poem about my daughter. I should say one other thing. I like to write both free verse and in form. So I'll just tell you when I'm writing in form so you can hear the meter and the rhyme.
Okay, sure.
Now this first one is called Cat Tale, T-A-L-E.
Oh.
It's a story about my daughter and her silent cat who wouldn't make a sound. Cat Tale. Crouched beneath an orange moon, a cat, unclean and thin, was rescued by a gentle girl who gladly took her in. The savior was Melissa Kay, in need of an ally to listen to her discontents and give a soft reply. Melissa urged the cat to mew with milk and cans of tuna. She even sent a feline prayer up to the goddess Luna. The goddess granted her request, and when the new moon rose, the cat awakened from her nap, striking a haughty pose. Catbird, she said, catwalk, catar, catnip, and catalog. Melissa seized her new smartphone to post this on her blog. Catcall, the orator declaimed, cathouse, and caterwall. That's quite enough, Melissa said. There's a shelter at the mall. Next time you're walking past the stores for exercise or shopping, beware of any cat you see and don't consider stopping.
That was lovely.
Okay, that was just for fun. I have to give my son equal time. He was one of the youngest people in his class, and a little bit of a behavior problem in kindergarten. The teacher was very patient, but the first grade teacher was not. And she sent us a complaining letter one day, and what I couldn't get over was, at the top of this stationery, there was a big red apple.
Yeah.
And it said, an apple from the teacher, as though you were expecting a gift, and
Right.
it was a complaint. So I wrote a poem called, this is in free verse and blank verse, A Note from Mrs. B, my son's first grade teacher. And first she speaks. David had a bad day today. He couldn't stay seated or keep his hands to himself. And I answer, I know your many students clamor for your eyes, your ears, your time in short supply. But did you ask our son what troubled him? What goaded him to lose his self-control? And then she says, When I told him I would have to write to you, he told me that he hoped I would hurt myself. And I answer, I wish that you had chosen to call or write to us directly, not to tell our son that you would have to write to us. He must have felt attacked and used his weapon, words. I was bewildered by your stationery that shows a smiling teacher holding a big red apple and printed in boldface on the top, an apple from your teacher. I'll call the office so that we can meet. We'll bring our listening ears, but not an apple.
That was lovely.
Okay, thank you. And the third one of my family poems is about my husband who had surgery. It was the first time he had had surgery, and I was nervous, of course. And I wrote a poem that's called a rondo. It's a French form, and it's lovely because it has a refrain and only 2 rhymes, so you can hear the repetition. It's pretty sound. This is called While You're Away, for my husband on the eve of his surgery. While you're away, I'll shun the rose, the cool night breeze that sweetly blows, the trilling of the cardinal's song. Somehow it suddenly seems wrong to revel when the pleasure goes. And yet, my tree hydrangea grows with daily confidence. Who knows? Perhaps I also can be strong while you're away. Without your buoyant smile that shows the spirit of the man I chose, without your often off-key song that strives for Wagner, not too long, I'll mimic coping, I suppose, while you're away.
That was lovely. I see you draw inspiration from your family.
Well, I said I was doing 3 of my passions. That's a big one.
Yeah.
That's a big one.
Your family.
My family. Another one of my passions is Italy. We've been there many, many times. We started going when we were very young, when it was inexpensive. And I have some poems that I think will be of interest to you. The first one, let's see, that's this one. Let me get it. I blocked them all out, and I want to make sure there it is. Now, this one I think is fun. Let me read you the epigraph, and then you'll see what I mean. It's called Water Games, in Italian, giochi d'acqua, which means water games or water tricks. And here's the epigraph. During the Renaissance and after, the Italian aristocracy loved to show off the extravagant gardens of their country villas. One of their amusements was to soak their guests with hidden jets of water, giochi d'acqua. Owned by Cosimo I, Grand Duke of Tuscany, the Medici Villa Reale at Castello hid a famous giochi d'acqua. So this is in 3 different voices of the aristocratic guests, and Cosimo, getting soaked. And this is dated 1569, the Grotto of the Animals, the Medici Villa at Castello. And the first person speaking is a noblewoman, a guest. This Tuscan heat, I'm broiling like a sirloin. Perhaps this grotto will afford relief. The walls boast such a beautiful design of pebbles, seashells, mosaics on the walls. 3 fountains, 2 white marble, 1 in peach. Above them a menagerie in stone, giraffe, wild boar, an elephant and bear, a camel, antelope, rhinoceros, a unicorn for fancy. And so cool. What was that click? The gates have locked us in. Where is this water spouting from? The floor. My dress, the green-cut velvet one, is drenched. My hair, which just this morning Anna dressed with fine gold net and precious stones, is dripping. Is this the Grand Duke's version of a joke? I must laugh like the others. Oh, my shoes. That's the first voice. And the second one is a nobleman who's been there before, as he says. Last time, my cloak took 7 days to dry, so this time I picked out a lighter one. Of course, I kept the secret. As the Grand Duke cautioned, there is no joke without surprise. I'm soaked to my silk chemise. My wide-brimmed black felt hat is weighed down by its sodden fur. Look at Umberto searching fruitlessly for refuge from the spray. We must appear like living sculptures trapped in one of the fountains. See how Rosina tries to brush the water from her brocade gown. Surely the silk is ruined. And yet, she may be asked to come again. And the third voice is the owner of the villa, Cosimo de' Medici. Delightful how they scurry, no escape, just like my conquest of Siena, with water flowing now, not blood. I like to watch their actions. First the shock, then aimless darting about, resignation, and defeat. At first they toured my gardens, grandly done by Tribolo, with statues of my family's revered virtues, justice, wisdom, and so on. Then terracotta pots of citrus trees, so large the gardeners had to wheel them into the limonaya against the winter freeze. The grotto gates have opened now. My guests repair to their rooms to change their clothes and rest. It's time for me to take my rest as well, remembering my Eleonora, taken as well as 2 of my sons, 2 of my daughters. I'll spend my waning days here at Castello, surveying my woods and gardens, counting the lemons perfuming the air. There still is time for laughter.
That was beautiful. You know, I've always wanted to go to Italy, so thank you for taking me there.
Oh,
That was
my
beautiful.
pleasure. I have a few other places there to take you.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, let's see where that 5th one is. Okay, this is, I think, interesting. There's a word in Italian called detto.
Right.
That means known as. And in Italy, particularly with artists, there are many artists whose names are not their real names. So in the museum, it says their real names and then detto. I mean, for example, Leonardo da Vinci,
Yeah.
he was just from Vinci. That's not his last name. That's where he came from.
I see.
But he is detto Leonardo da Vinci. So I thought it'd be interesting to give you a couple of examples of artists who were known by other names. This is called detto, D-E-T-T-O. Not their names, but what they're called. Girolamo Mazzola, the little one from Parma, detto Parmigianino. Swarthy skinned Agnolo di Cosimo, detto Bronzino. Jacopo Comin, the dyer's son, detto Tintoretto. Nicknames usurped given names as they do now. Magic Johnson, Babe Ruth, Lady Day. Children coin cruel names: Four Eyes, Beanpole, Stinky, Tubbs, but also Yogi, lovingly bestowed by friends on my catcher husband, Lawrence. Then there are names reserved for family, sibling names shaped by a toddler's tongue. Daisy for David, Sa for Melissa. Pet names tossed between husband and wife, often embarrassing to hear. Old world names for new world grandmas. Nana, Nonna, Oma, Abuela. Passwords for insiders who alone can tell the story.
That was lovely. You have a way with words. It's almost like linguistical.
Oh.
If that makes sense.
Well, that's fun, that's fun.
Yeah.
This last one on the Italian theme, I think is special fun. Let's see, I think I lost the, okay, now I've got it, 57. When we went to big cities like Rome or Florence, this is about Florence, of course, there are a lot of tourists there, and we noticed the tourists, but I was interested in the tour guide, because I wanted to know what it must have been like to say the same thing 100 times.
A day.
A day, right. And you could see sometimes on the face. So I looked at one particular tour guide, and I wrote a poem called Tour Guide's Lament about her experience. And this is in a very interesting form called a villanelle that has refrains. You'll hear them repeated, and yet they change, so you'll hear that too. So this is called Tour Guide's Lament, Florence, Italy, 2015. And this is the tour guide speaking. I lead my flock, who ceaselessly complain about the coffee, crowds, the bus, the heat. With haloed smile, I comfort and explain that pasta is al dente here, domain of Chianti, white bean soup, and wine braised meat. I school my flock, whose taste is so mundane. Raising my crook, red banner on a cane, I point out Brunelleschi's dome. They tweet. With hollow smile, I linger to explain the scaffold-free support built to maintain that massive weight. They only want to eat. I tolerate my flock, their sour refrain that Tuscan bread is tasteless. Sorry, I lost it. That the rain is forming channels on the cobbled street. With frozen smile, I struggle to explain that since the ancient tax, bakers abstain from salt, and that the dewy air is sweet. I loathe my flock. They trigger a migraine. With twisted smile, I lecture through the pain.
I imagine it must be taxing to be a tour guide.
I would think.
Oh, jeez.
I would not show this to one. And finally, another of my passion is the arts. And
Visual arts or performing?
all.
Oh, okay.
As I'll mention for the last, well, I'll mention it when I read the last poem, you'll see why. Okay, so this is page 37. Okay, it skipped. There it is. One of the problems, I think it's a perennial problem for people who really love the arts, is the discrepancy between the brilliance of the poem or the song or the artwork and the obnoxiousness of some of the creators.
True, very
And
true.
you have to adjust to the fact that the person has to be inferior to the work, but sometimes it's shocking. So I wrote a poem in rhymed quatrains called Loving the Work of Hateful Men. I won't renounce the gold of Dickens' Bleak House, the heat of Di Valkyra's spring song blaze, the decadence of Caravaggio's Bacchus, his dirty fingernails and wanton gaze. But what about the heart and hands that shape the words, the song, the pigment into life? Are they exempt from rules of decency, allowed to foment hate, abuse a wife? How can we part the artist from the craft? Admire the oleander bloom, but shun the poison leaves? At what cost compromise? A deft maneuver, but it can be done. If I convince myself that notes display no malice, that prose or paintings can be built to elevate above a flawed foundation, perhaps I can embrace them free of guilt.
That was beautiful.
It's a problem. It is a problem.
Well, I mean, with artists, I mean, I guess you have to be a little bit superior to the people that you're displaying your art to, in essence, to like really capture the work, I think.
You're right, except I was talking about monsters. Caravaggio was a murderer.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Wow, okay.
And Dickens abandoned his wife and 10 children. I mean, we're talking about not unkind, inferior human beings. And yet, I said I wouldn't give up Bleak House, I wouldn't give up Dickens.
Yeah,
So
he was good, so we have to just give credit where credit is due, despite the situation.
You are so right.
Yeah.
There was a wonderful dancer named Jacques d'Amboise with the New York City Ballet. We watched him for many years.
Yeah.
And there's a tradition in the ballet, in the New York City Ballet, that when a dancer retires, the whole company comes out and throws a flower in the middle of the stage after the person's last performance. And this was the last performance of Wendy Whalen, who's still with the company. And she lived with Jacques d'Amboise when she was going to school. And it was, a beautiful scene.
Yeah.
So this is Waltzing with Wendy,
Okay.
with the 80-year-old dancer waltzing with her. A slow run to meet him, a loving embrace. He gives her a rose, then they walk to the place where flowers are piled in tribute. His gait is measured and cautious. We worry and wait. The applause turns to shouts as she donates his rose. Another embrace. He whispers, she knows. They waltz. Here's the infinite grace I recall from the king of the leap and the lift and so tall. He changes direction, crescendo of cheers. He twirls her, a last hug, and we are in tears.
That was wonderful.
It was a beautiful thing to see,
Yeah.
because when he could dance, he was young,
Yeah.
but when he walked, he wasn't. Very lovely.
Yes.
Anyway.
Lovely. So tell us about the poetry contest that you had last Sunday. How was it?
It was lovely. We have it every year, and people send in their poems, and then we have a judge. The wonderful judge this year is a very fine poet, Gail Teller, and she chooses 5 poems, first, second, third, and then honorable mention and 2 honorable mentions. And she said they were some of the best poems she ever saw, and people who went was on Zoom, so people from all over could come.
Wow.
And people told us it was one of the best we've had, so it was very satisfying.
Yeah, it's so interesting how being virtual can put you closer together.
It works well.
Yeah.
It works well. I know of somebody who had an international Zoom call.
Yeah, that did a poetry reading.
No, this was a birthday.
Oh, it was a birthday.
This was a
That's
birthday
fun.
party, but it was fun.
A virtual birthday party. That's beautiful.
At any rate, it's been a pleasure to read with you.
Yes, thank you so much for being here. This was lovely. All right, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Please stay tuned for more World Art Day events.
Hi, my name is Barbara Grabstein, and I started a program about 10 years ago called the Healing Headbands Project. And what I do is I offer laughter in a form of therapy to help you feel better. So the teachings of laughter yoga started in Mumbai, India, back in 1995. A physician by the name of Dr. Madan Kataria came up with the idea. He was doing a newsletter on Norman Cousins' journey of getting healthy, and his newsletter was called Laughter is the Best Medicine. He went with his wife and a few colleagues to a park 5 minutes away from his office, and after 2 weeks, 50 people showed up, and everybody loved it. And he continued with creating these easy follow the leader exercises that have taken over the world by storm. It has been scientifically proven that 20 minutes of laughter will make you feel remarkable. You will feel like a superhero. So the program that we do is based on the teachings and the science of laughter yoga. And what laughter yoga does is it will release happy chemicals as we laugh. It's dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. Healing Headbands has a workshop, and it's called Laugh, Create, Heal. And what we do is we will take you on trips that you've never been to, possibly, and make you feel like you're there and you're having the best time imaginable. The exercises that we do in laughter yoga, as I said, are very simple, follow the leader style, eye to eye, smile to smile. So one could be, like we all have, well, many of us have cell phones, right? So we can pretend that we're looking at our cell phone and someone has sent us a funny picture. Now these laughter exercises might feel a little uncomfortable at first, but once, if you're in a group with lots of people, you'll feel the euphoria of everyone's laughing, and you can't stop. It's contagious. So we look at the picture, and when you're doing it with your friends, it sounds outstanding.
Excellent.
So there are many benefits to laughing, and laughing alone as well as laughing with others is the best. It will help you release stress. Plus, it helps us focus. You know, if you're in school and you're doing schoolwork or reading and trying to, whatever it is that you're working on, the laughing will just open up your brain. And then another benefit to laughing is the idea of how contagious it is, and that the more you do it, the more friends you'll create. Let's do some laughter exercises, okay? Ready? I need to get my magic wand. There we go. Okay, so, we're gonna do a few exercises. Ready? The first one we're going to do is we're going to make a milkshake. Okay, and you have to pick what other flavors you like. Vanilla is always a base, but you can pick whatever. And if you're lactose intolerant, it could be yogurt, it could be anything. It's your imagination. Here we go. Ah, Here we go, down the hatch. Oh, that was so good. Oh, I got brain freeze. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. What about you? Okay, another exercise is, we call it vowel movement. So we go A, E, I, O, U. A, E, I, O, U. In our workshops, we have two chants that we use to sort of make sure that everybody is relaxed in between the different exercises we do. So the first one goes ho ho ha ha ha, and when we clap on the chant, we use our palms and our fingertips are together, almost like a baby, the way a baby would clap. And so it goes like this: ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha. Yay! Can we do that together? Ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha. Yay! And then the second one we do is very good, yay! Very good, yay! Okay, so let's do some exercises. Ready? Do you have a dog? Do you have a pet? Well, I don't have a dog here, but we can pretend that our dog is walking us. Oh, here we go. Whoa! Oh! I'm back! Okay, another exercise is, that's called making your face musical. Okay, another one is we're going to go up and go ah. Ha. Ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha, ho ho ha ha ha. Yay! Imagine lots of flowers are in front of us. Spring has arrived. So we're going to inhale and just breathe in all the beautiful fragrances. Again. Now we're going to pretend that we're on a roller coaster. So we have to click our belt, and instead of it being a seat belt, we call it a chuckle buckle. And now we're going up. Woo! Did you have fun? Imagine going to the beach and the sand is really, really hot. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Ho, ho, ha, ha, ha. Yay! You've been terrific. Repeat after me. I am amazing. You are amazing. We are amazing. And we love to laugh. Yay! Very good, yay! Very good, yay! Very good, yay! Many years ago, I came up with this idea of the Healing Headbands Project. And what it is and makes it so different than many of the nonprofits that are out there is that it incorporates both laughter and art, which are two amazing modalities in helping people heal. So after we laugh for about 20 minutes and you've gone through the exercises, and there's a myriad of exercises that I didn't even touch on, but you feel relaxed and you're able to take on anything that comes at you. These exercises are resilient boosters. And then after we laugh, we sit down and we paint. And we bring out the 5 primary colors, paintbrushes, and we let your imagination run rampant. Everyone has a certain size canvas, and they just go to town. We take your artwork back to our studios, and we get it printed on the most amazing fabric that I say feels like a hug from Tinkerbell. You can wear it, and you'll know that you're unstoppable. And that was the whole idea behind the Healing Headbands project, is that when we're all going through something that's unimaginable, I want you to know that you're resilient and that you can do anything. And when you wear your design, you know that you can wear your happiness. Healing Headbands Project is a 501c3 nonprofit. We are always looking to do programs with different populations, neighborhoods. If there's someone in your family, if there's someone in your neighborhood, if there's someone in your corporate world that is going through a serious bout, we would love to come and help you find light and laughter and create headbands that are memorable. All the information is on our website. It's www.healingheadbands.com, and look us up on Instagram, and we're on Facebook. So we're not hiding. We could really use your help because we want everybody to be wearing their own design and being able to fight whatever is bothering them. I like having fun. And the best part about Healing Headbands is that our program is based on fun, just by being silly. And there's nothing like being silly. It's just euphoric and jumping up and down, or hopping on one foot, or pretending you're playing hopscotch. You can do all these things. Or doing brain gym with your hands, hugging yourself when you wake up in the morning, counting blessings when you wake up and your eyes open, when you're able to say hello to a friend, when you can read a book. These are all wonderful ways of helping you heal, and they're all good for the brain. But smiling and hugging, winking, and telling yourself when you look in the mirror, I love you, will make you have a great day. So, have a great day.
360。那么看什么呀？什么不分也不收。阿拉木汗。那么看什么呀？什么不分也不收。阿拉木汗。她的眉毛像满月，她的腰身像面柳，她的小嘴儿很多情，眼睛能使你发抖。阿拉木汗什么呀？什么不分也不收。阿拉木汗什么呀？什么不分也不收。阿拉木汗住在哪里？吐鲁番西360。阿拉木汗住在哪里？吐鲁番西360。
Hi, my name is Yichun Hui. I'm an analyst. I live in Great Neck. My office is in Queens, Flushing. So this is my office. I always wanted to be an artist when I was young. Didn't happen, but still try to kind of have some connection with art. I myself also paint. In general, like in a medical setting, people come in, most of them, I would say, like they're quite stressed. If we can bring something that's kind of more soothing, make people feel more relaxed, that would be something that actually like really helpful. I've been an amateur artist for quite a few years. I mainly do oil painting. What I paint is mostly like my own life. For example, these three were done after our trip to Florida, Miami. And so we visited all the grasslands and showed the ecosystem, and we saw the duck crocodile. And then like this one, it's like if I have any like people in my painting, mostly are my children. So like the dragon is my older daughter. She's always a one, and the little one is my like younger daughter, Zoe, and she's holding Serena's favorite lollipop. These are the works from my older daughter, Serena. She's a senior in Great Neck, and she will soon graduate and be a member of the NYU family. She's going to do game design. When she was like 5-6 years of age, all of a sudden she started to sit down and to draw and paint. And we were like, oh, that's nice. Okay, it's time for us to do something. And then since I was an art lover, but I didn't get any chance to do anything after I went to medical school and be a physician. And then it's like since now she wanted to do kind of like start some like work, and then we feel that the two of us can do things together. So like New York is such a like nice place. It's like full of talent, right? So we start to shop for like teachers, and then we were so lucky to find our current art teacher. And so we've been kind of like learning art with them for now more than 10 years. So it's our like a really happy time. Every Sunday we go to their like studio, and we do whatever we want, and then they give us guidance and instructions, and so that's our happy dining time in a like art setting. Actually, like art therapy has been going on for many years and has been proven to be very effective as a complementary treatment for the mainstay medicine. So for our Art for Healing exhibition, we've already kind of had 2 or 3 rounds of our works showing, and what we truly actually hope is we can. It will not just be a art exhibition in 1 or 2 offices. We really hope later we can get more people present their work, and we can get more doctor's office involved to show their artwork, so that we can truly make this a movement.
Looking for you. I'm actually looking for you.
Ah, aha, wow, yeah.
That was impressive.
Wow. 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 Wow.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for sticking with us for Great Neck's North Shore TV's World Art Day celebration. We do this every year, and we're so happy to have you with us. You were just watching a couple of great programs. One was the nonprofit organization Healing Headbands, and they do healing with laughter, which is amazing. And then the last piece that you were watching were programs submitted through the Great Neck Chinese Association. We love that they always support us, and we love their programming and all of their artwork, so thank you to them. And now we have a special guest coming in. His name is Joseph Daniel, and he is a photographer from motion and stills. And he's going to be doing a demonstration for us for a still life, so it should be really exciting. And here we go. Thank you, Joseph.
Well, thank you. And I'd like to thank North Shore TV and Erica for sharing this space and their time with me and allowing me to come on and tell you about what I do and how I do it. So a lot of times my artwork is photography, and I consider photography the art of capturing an image and creating that image and shaping that image with light, as we have all around us. Because without light, there's no image. So I'm going to show you today a little demonstration of a still life. Kind of as you saw just previously, a lot of the images I take are still life, and a lot of them are motion. So the still life, it's kind of one of my favorites because you can manipulate it so much. Unlike a person who kind of gets cranky and tired after a little while of holding their arm in a certain position, a still life just sits there. So what we're going to use is a couple of battery lights. I have two here. I brought two. Keep it small, keep it contained. I have a camera here, and I brought a couple of different lenses, and I do believe I'm going to use this lens, which is a 100mm macro lens, for this image. And we're going to choose, we're going to do a little setup here with our different fruits and some flowers using this white table that helps us reflect light, and we're going to light it and come up with a little image we can hopefully be proud of, okay? So let me put this lens on first, and we'll start looking at things. Now I'm going to set my camera up here, so it's all going to be based on this because I don't want to put the lights directly into the cameras here because that wouldn't be a good thing and I would be reprimanded for it. I'm going to put these away. Okay. Now, I think what we want to focus on is maybe some of these raspberries here. So we're going to make these what we could consider the hero. So let's take a few of them and arrange them nicely so they look interesting. They look, if I may quote the famous Bob Ross, they look happy. So I'm going to put some of these right here, and I'm going to scatter a few of them around. Okay? Now, when you're doing things like tabletop images, often what you want to do is surround your main subject, your hero, with other interesting things that are in the background or in the foreground, not featured, but seen. So we're going to put a little tomato here, maybe an orange, a lime, you know. Let's see if we can get them to stay. That's one of the tricky parts with everything being round, but we like it though. We'll do something like this, okay? Yeah. The pears got a little beaten up on the drive here, so I apologize for that. But it's a long trip. And if you've ever driven the parkways during rush hour, you know it's a long trip. All right, so we got a little something going on here. I think we got a little something. We can decorate with a little foreground action. And it's all about just keeping stuff clean and simple. I have some grapes, and if we don't use them, we can eat them. That's the nice thing about using food as a prop. You get to eat it. I don't know if you were paying much attention, whoops, when the video was running, but the food that was on that video demonstration, I set all that up myself, and actually I made it, the pizza and the other little items. So let's see how we're doing here. I'm going to take a peek inside the lens, and I'm going to see what we've got here. Mm-hmm. All right, so now I'm going to so as I look here, I see there's too much white space here. So I took a test shot, and now I'm going to start filling in and really creating what I want to create. And maybe when this is done, I can give you the card and you can see what I've done. We'll see if that works out. Not sure if it will. And I'm also going to keep moving the camera until I get it just really where I want. And as a still life of kind of a product photographer that we're doing here, the product being raspberries, what you want is you want to bring the attention into into your subject. And how are you going to do that? Focus, lighting, and I guess the way it's all laid out. So let's see here. I'm going to bring this down a little bit more. And I want to start filling in some of these. I don't know if you can see here, there's some white areas here that I want to fill in. Okay? I'm going to fill them in carefully here. Take a couple of these just to add a little bit more interest to it. This is a great studio here. I don't know if you guys watching have ever been here, but it's actually a great studio. A little tricky to find, but it's a great studio once you get here. So I'm going to I don't know if you're going to be able to see it. I'm going to see if I can get this over here so you can see it. Is this, can you see that? So this is what we've got so far. And we're getting there. We just have to keep, I'm going to fill in a little of this empty space here. And I want to make this stuff pop just a little bit more, okay? So let's keep going. I think what we need is a couple of more little pieces of interest here. And hopefully these berries are going to be pretty on camera. And here's another little shot, if you can see that over here, I'm not sure. So we're getting there. We just have to keep tweaking it until we feel it's as close to perfect as we'll get. Now, I think what I want to do with this is I want to come a little lower to really get into it. Now let's take a look, see. And I think I want to move and separate this from the background just a bit more. Okay? And here's our berries. And this is a little bit too much. It's taking away from the berries. Move that out a little bit. So we'll give you an updated look to see what we've got. And here's an updated look for you. If you can see. So we're filling in the area, and we just keep playing around. And ultimately what I want this picture to be is the same as I have envisioned in my head as how this should look. Get this out of the way. And I'm going to move in just a little more. And move, lower the tripod a little bit more. Let's see what we got. Nope, just a little more. It's an art, not a science, remember? So, in order to get it just the way I think it should be, there's a lot of little tweaks that have to happen. See, now we're starting to get it in there. Show you that one. Okay. I want to see that. So as you can see if I can get this so you can see it, what I'm doing here. Now, this is, all right, so we're getting in there. See how it's filling up the screen, and this is our hero, the berries, and all this stuff is just in there, letting you know it's there, but you don't want to focus on it because this is what we're trying to make people focus on, okay? And it all depends on what you're trying to get the focus on. Let me get this in there properly because I can't see very good here. All right. Fumbling around a little bit. There we go. Now, I'm going to take a couple of seconds, and I can't do that. Okay, I wanted to show you what was on the card right now, but I don't have a place to plug my laptop in, so we'll just keep going like this. All right, I'll give you another look at it. See if you can see that. Okay, So we've got a very hot spot here on this tomato, which we're going to try to take that away because that's really blasting and taking my eye away from the berries and onto the tomato. So let me see what I can do with that. Get this in here. Got to get the slit right in there perfectly, otherwise it wiggles. Let me come back to that. I'm going to try to do this right now. Yeah, that looks like it's better. Now let me get this back on here. There we go. Okay. Now let's see. Okay. And we'll show you again. Okay. See if I can show you again that we took a lot of that highlight off of the tomato. It's coming down a little bit. Just have to keep that little fine tuning. It's a lot of fine tuning. So let me just keep working with this tomato. And we can move the lights too. I'm going to just bring this a little bit this way. And I'll show you one more here. Let's take a look, see if we get it. And I want to put this over here and a couple more here. Add a little visual looks. All right, give you one more, see? So it's coming along, little by little. This is actually still a little hot over here, but it looks more so to your cameras here than it does on my screen here. So it's getting there, and we just keep fine-tuning it to the point where we get it right. Now, I happen to like doing tabletop photography, and it's something you can really spend a lot of time with, or you can do rather quickly, depending on your needs and your time frame. If you're pressed for time, you can get it fairly quickly and move on. If you've got time to spend, keep spending time with it. Just keep going, keep going. Like a painter would go back to the palette constantly and retouch and retouch and retouch. That's what we're doing here. It's the same thing as thinking to yourself, well, we're painting something here, but there's just something that needs a little more or a little less, and we just keep going back and touching it up. So that's what we're doing here. We're just doing it in the camera itself right here. So, see if we've got one more in here. And then, of course, you can always play around with the light. This is a little unorthodox system, but I've got the napkin that I washed the grapes with, and I'm going to just throw that over this light a little bit to take some of that light down a little bit, because it's a little too much in one spot. And I think that might help us. All right, let's see what we're doing here. show you. See if we can show you this one. So it's coming in. Still that little spot over here, up in the top of the tomato over here, you see, coming in. But the berries are looking very good. The background, the grapes are looking nice. The green leaf I like. What else? We can zoom into it a little bit if we want, and we can really look. See? And here's how the berries are looking very good. All right, so let's go back now and see if we can get this one more. Maybe what we do is we'll try to take a little attention off that tomato by putting something with it over there. A little green, a little something that won't reflect as much and take away from our main shot. Just come up just a little bit here. So we're getting a little something here. So we want to take this maybe a little off there. Too much light. Let's take a look at this one. So there we have a little something, and now you see that there's a light somewhere that's going too much here, right in this area here. And that was where our tomato was being hit, and that's now where our, I believe it's a tulip, and the green is being hit. So we would like to ultimately take it down here, but I don't know if we're going to be able to do that. So what we're going to do is say that, as I was saying, like a painter with a palette, you keep adjusting, 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 maybe a little here, a little there. But all in all, I think you guys maybe have got a general idea of what a tabletop artist, still life artist does here. And once again, I'll give you a quick look at the screen here. And let's see, can I get you? There we go. So, and you can see how the berries are the focus, but there's everything else in there, but your attention is brought to the berries. And that's what our goal here today was, to give you a lesson of how to do this. And you may find it a good time. You may say, I never want to see a table full of fruit again in my life. That's your decision, not mine. I happen to like it. And like I said, a lot of times, I try not to, when I'm doing food photography, I try not to put heavy oils and gels on it, because then you've ruined the fruit. You know, you can't eat it. I enjoy taking pictures of it for a while and snacking on it later on. That's the way I like to do things. So if you are interested in this, you can reach out to me. I guess my email, CineShooter, CineShooter, @gmail. Or you can just go to the library, go to Barnes & Noble, go anywhere, and there's lots of books and internet pictures that you can search, and that'll help you find different ways to do this. But I like to do it. I hope I gave you some information. I hope you enjoyed it. And once again, I'd like to thank everybody here at North Shore TV for bringing me here, allowing me to come into your homes today. And we're just going to probably roll out by me playing with shots, if that's okay with everybody. Is it just a different one I may have done? So I don't know if you guys like that better or what. It's subjective. And that's the beauty of art. It's subjective. The art work allows you, the viewer, the artist, the viewer, to take a peek inside the artist's head, possibly the artist's soul. I take that off because I'm driving your monitor here crazy with the reflections. So, and once again, if you have questions, reach out to me. I'll try to answer them the best I can. If you say you enjoyed it, that's fine. If you say you didn't, okay, I understand. But we gave it a shot, and I hope you can give it a shot. All you need is a camera, a table full of fruit, and some daylight, or some artificial daylight. The worst part of this job is cleaning up. So we're going to clean up now, and I want to thank everyone and have a nice afternoon.
Hello, welcome back to World Art Day. I hope you guys are having an amazing time watching all the events that are going on today. So now I have here with me is Kelly J. Powell. She is a poet native to Long Island and a graduate of Sony Binghamton's Creative Writing Art program in 1988. She has performed widely on Long Island and in New York City. She has a new book of poems called Posthumously Yours by from Local Gems Press, available on Amazon. Thank you so much for being with us here today, Kelly. I'm so happy to have you here.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, so when did you get into poetry? What started it?
Started it?
Yeah.
I'm sure it was some childhood trauma. That's usually where it comes from.
Yeah.
And then you try to make it better.
As you go on. What inspires you when you write poetry?
Me? Ordinary things.
Yeah.
I write a lot about laundry.
Okay. Yeah, you have a poem that says the Vitruvian man goes to the laundry palace.
He's about a friend of mine. He's been writing poems in the laundromat.
Oh, okay.
So he was my inspiration.
Oh, okay.
And he's trying to bring culture to Rocky Point, which is out from my neck of the woods, single-handedly, but he's a good egg. So, but yeah, that was one of my laundry inspirations.
That's wonderful.
It's like a meditation, or but it could be anything. Dishes in the sink.
Yeah. So everyday life, things that are happening,
but related to larger things.
Okay.
Like representative as a metaphor, or. Well, I don't have time to go to Japan.
Yeah.
A friend of mine went to Japan to write about shoes.
Okay.
So I said, I have shoes next to my bed.
Well, maybe the shoes are different in Japan.
Japan is lovely, but you know, I gotta get kids on a bus.
Yeah. Is that inspiration from one of your poems?
Yes, yes.
It is.
Sometimes.
What's the title of that poem?
It's shoes. I wrote about shoes. The shoes next to my bed. But they had a story. They told a story about a divorce. They weren't my shoes. They were my friends.
Okay.
A friend of mine's shoes.
Okay. Did you start writing poetry in college at Binghamton?
No, I remember writing a poem at 5 years old and thinking, this is terrible. No, but I did study under, my teacher was Milton Kessler.
Yeah.
Who, they have an award there now for him. He died at 58, which is my age, suddenly.
Yeah.
He was a very passionate man, lived his life. I think he went to Yale or Harvard, and he started the program.
Oh.
which is now like 40 years in.
Wow, that's a long time.
35.
Was he your favorite teacher there?
Yes, he was my favorite teacher. He was just a big bear, very, very warm
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
And he knew his poetry, and he was just a very kind man.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't learn a lot of the technical parts. We had a grad student
Mm-hmm.
that gave you, you know, the technical boring parts of
Yeah.
form and
Stanzas,
right.
punctuation.
It's when you can transcend those things that still use them.
Yeah.
I like the structure. Not everybody does. Some people like to be more free.
Mm-hmm.
I like to have tools in my toolbox.
Yeah.
I call it.
That's nice.
It's you're painting with words more. Some people are musical more. Some people are visual more. It's nice to have a range.
Yeah.
And Carolyn was lovely this morning.
Yeah, she
Her
was
poems.
great. She had a lot of wonderful poems
Yes.
to read from. She also draws inspiration from like just everyday life, from
Yeah.
her passions and stuff. And she's passionate about her family in Italy and traveling and stuff like that. So it's really nice when you can write about something that you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Like shoes.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody wears
kids.
shoes. Almost.
Yeah. Who's your favorite poet?
My favorite poet would be, I tried to put together a book of my inspirations because I've been asked this question, and Mary Oliver's big on my list.
Oh.
Marie Howe, Mark Doty, probably number one.
Yeah.
He's just a nice man. I tend to connect to that. And they're all friends, Mark Doty and Marie Howe and Dorian Lau.
Oh, wow.
They're friends with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And the Beat poets were a little raucous.
Yeah.
And Mark Doty and Marie Howe and Dorian Lau, they're just lovely, as opposed to drunken madness, which has its place.
It has its place. Everything.
It has its
I
place.
think everything has its place in poetry.
Right. A friend of mine says when she teaches the beats, the students get excited.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever makes people excited
Yeah.
about poetry
That's true.
is a plus.
How did you find your first time reading in front of an audience? What was that like?
Oh, it was terrifying. I was 40.
Oh.
I hadn't really connected with other poets in the real world, I would say. I was a single mom. It's kind of full-time headspace, not just the time. But so I found people. It was like the most amazing part of it.
Yeah.
And people that read their work out loud. You could hear them live. No AI. Wasn't even a thought yet.
I know, right? AI's taken over our lives.
But it's just hearing someone say their words is just so different from seeing a video or a Zoom. Zoom is great because people that couldn't travel or handicapped, they can all come to readings now. But you never, the live gives you something. So yeah, it was nerve-wracking. I had never read a poem out loud, let alone to 30 people. It was an open mic, I wasn't asked to.
Yeah.
And I was nervous. And a friend of mine was there, and she said, "Oh, you're still flipping papers?" And I'm like, "Really? 30 years later? Not cool."
Flipping papers, what's that about?
I was still shuffling papers.
Ah, okay.
It was recent, and she called me on it, and I'm like, "Oh, good thing I have you to keep me on task."
What did you do before you started doing poetry?
I've always been a bookkeeper. I just loved it as much as I like poetry.
Yeah.
Accounting's one of the most creative fields on the planet.
That's true.
But everything comes out even. I enjoy that.
Yeah.
I feel like a balance sheet is like karma. It's not exactly one-on-one. It moves a little bit. I wrote a poem about that.
What was it about? You wrote a poem, but what's the title
About
of the
a
poem?
balance. Oh, it's the first line is the title.
Uh-huh.
It's I don't know all of it. I just Today I set a balance sheet to music.
Balance sheet to music. That's
It's
very poetic.
Something ordinary, like you wouldn't think of, or not many people relate business to art. And it's very creative. Some people don't like it. It represents chaos, maybe. So they.
Really?
I enjoy order myself.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that. I think there is some order to art and poetry for sure. So I wouldn't. I mean, I feel like it's chaos, but it's beautiful chaos and it's structured chaos. It makes sense to us.
I'm drawn to form for that reason.
Yeah.
I will never master meter. I told my students, I said, you guys do the meter. You're doing a sonnet. You're better than me already.
What form do you normally write in for your poetry?
I write in every form. A lot of forms have meter inside.
Yeah.
Can't do it. I'm not going to make myself upset about it, because stress is the thing that will take you.
Yeah.
You know, it's all the other things combined, but the stress. So I don't stress about meter.
Yeah.
I said, I'm not going to master it in my lifetime. I'm not going to worry about it. Let that for other people.
Leave it for them.
And they're good at it. And so I just do it by intuitive, like by feel.
Yeah. That's important.
I like tercets a lot.
Okay.
3 lines seems like a good number.
Even. All the way through.
I like the way the enjambments fall on the page.
Yeah.
I like the visual. I'm a visual person.
Yeah.
The words are 100% important, yes. But the visual, the formatting was wrong, and I posted to a site called poets.com, which is still there, I think, but it's 40 years ago, 30 years ago. And someone said, that's not a poem.
Really?
Because
Why?
The formatting jumped it all up to look like a paragraph.
Oh, okay. But there are some poets that are just paragraphs.
It
Yeah,
is.
So
There's a whole school of people on that argument.
Oh, they don't appreciate
whether the prose poem is actually a poem.
It is though.
It is. Everything's a poem.
Exactly.
Your jacket's a poem. Your shoes are a poem.
Your hair is a poem. It's beautiful, by the way.
Thank you, and yours too.
Thank you. I see you have a book with you.
I do. It's out on Amazon. The Posthumously Yours is there too.
What's this one?
It's called The Wind Like a Scalpel, Healing My Wounded Heart.
When did you write this one?
It's been like 2 years on and off, and Amazon has a publishing, so I did it in the middle of the night one night.
Yeah. How many poems are in it?
On this, there's about 30,
oh, wow.
35 maybe.
It's lovely. When did you release this one?
It was a few weeks ago.
Really?
In the middle of the night, yeah.
Wow, that's amazing.
There's no page numbers. I have to fix that. That's what happens when you do it yourself.
True. So you'll be reading from Posthumously Yours today? Or
I actually brought a poem that I timed, because I know you guys have a time factor.
Yeah.
So it's over 4 minutes. Is that?
Yeah, that's okay.
Or should I do something shorter?
No, go ahead,
Okay.
please.
So this was inspired by a friend of mine's relationship with his mother. It's very close to his mother.
Yeah.
And it's a dramatic monologue. So he's the speaker, is Alexander the Great.
Yeah.
So I've always felt for the young man. Died at 32. My voice is a little hoarse, I'm sorry.
No worries.
I have bronchitis and I'm getting a little Joni Mitchell-ish in her older days. My part is the mother, because I have a child, and so this is called The Letter Home. I don't know where to look. To you?
Right there.
Over here? Okay.
Yeah.
Letter home from Alexander the Great to his mother on the occasion of the spring solstice, 323 BC. My darling, dearest mother, is it time for me to return home? I have conquered the world as we know it, and I am homesick. I have never encountered anything as beautiful as our Aegean sunsets, or as satisfying as your homemade moussaka from your mother's recipe on a cold winter's night. My victory over the Persian king was a hollow one. Intrigue from his closest friend killed him from behind before my troops reached him, making it a hollow victory. I am weary from battle and from being Pharaoh. All these accolades and week-long wedding celebrations are meaningless without your warm kiss on my forehead after a job well done, or Aristotle's bad in-jokes, or even Father's tirades about Macedonian tax structure. I've been writing a song about loving an ordinary woman who lived across the street. My Roxana cannot hold a candle to her. Though I loved my wife at first sight, you must never tell her about the other one. You must protect her and my son as best you can when I have gone. I once left a white rose on this woman's doorstep, and I never even learned her name, lest I succumb to a mortal life of hard, honest work, without treachery or intrigue. As simple as birdsong, even with its grueling hardship, for what is there left to conquer once you have conquered everything? How I miss the familiar and routine of the marketplace, how I would have preferred to cast my net with fishermen, knowing that we all meet the same fate, that it will only matter that we were loved. Mother, please, I have seen my destiny, and my coin is at the ready for Charon's ride for quite some time now. Let me come home, I beg you, one last time to hear the sparrow nesting on the side porch, the fire in the hearth, and the heroes resting among the stars as you see them now from your window. The daffodils are just coming to life, fooled by our warming climate, the snowy owl calling for his mate. Let me take my inglorious end as an old man, reveling in his remembering of glory and passion. Me, this will not be my fate. Foretold like an ancient map drawn on Egyptian papyrus in an oracle's temple. Would that I could die in my sleep with my children and grandchildren gathered round me, kissing their heads one after another in warm embrace, leaving peacefully as a lamb. But it is written, I am to die alone. This love of fate weighs on me, and the memory of your face comforts me. My thoughts have turned melancholy, and seeing you would cheer me in an indescribable way. This is not how our story will be told.
That was lovely. Thank you so much, Kelly, for joining us today. Guys, please stay tuned for more World Art Day events. Thank you.
Thanks.
No problem. That was great.
Thanks.
Yeah, I loved it.
Hey, this is the Chapters Network again at NSTV, and today, Nate Jeezy's in the house. Welcome, Nate.
Yeah.
Yeah, are you excited about being in this new studio?
Yeah.
And you have been performing rap music for a number of years, and today you're going to perform No War, right?
Yes.
Talk about that song. Why was it important for you to write that song, put the beats to it, and to create the lyrics for it? Why is that important for you?
Because I want to make a positive change in the world, and there's a lot of violence in the world, and I want to try to just be peaceful and make a positive difference.
So just so people know, the music that you put out there, because sometimes rap music gets a bad rap, right? What's your spin on rap music? What makes you different than other rappers out there?
I love my family, and I want to make a positive change through my music.
So most of your songs have a message. I see you have on your hat, make a change. So through your positive messaging, you want to make a change for not just for your family, but for everybody around you, right?
Yeah.
So what's the secret to your success? Do you come up with the beat first? Do you come up with the title? Do you come up with the lyrics? How do you put your thoughts down on paper and then make music out of it?
I actually buy the beat on a site called Juju.
Okay.
And then I write the lyrics myself to the beat.
Mm-hmm. So the lyrics, how long? That you've had over 50 songs, right? Mm-hmm. So how long have you been rapping for?
Since I was 8 years old.
8 years old. So when back then, what interests you in rap music?
I just I liked freestyling and strengthening my brain up to write better music and better songs.
Right. So your lyrics, do they kind of touch on your personal life at times?
Yeah.
Can you share that? How so? How does that happen for you?
I'm very thankful for having a peaceful life where I can make a change or a difference.
Right.
And I'm blessed to be able to do that.
Okay. And who are some of the important family members in your life that may have passed away, but that are still important and supporting you today? Can you name all those people?
Yeah. My grandma Elaine, my grandma Ethel, and my grandma Zelda Klein.
Okay. They've all passed on?
Yeah.
So talk about what they meant to you, your grandmoms.
They meant like they were my family. So I really miss all my grandmas, and I wish they were still here. But I know that they're looking down on me.
Did they support your rap music? Did they like it? Do you think some of your lyrics now, you have them in mind?
Yeah.
How does that work when you're thinking about your family, your grandmoms? How does that work?
My grandma Elaine was actually a very big supporter of having a peaceful world and a simple life. All my grandmas wanted a simple, peaceful life. And the song No War and Make a Change and Bless are just a testament to the kind of difference you can make in the world. And they made a very positive difference in their lives as well.
So do you feel like even though they passed on, their legacy, your love for them, their love for you, kind of carries on to the music that you're putting out there?
Yes.
So do you have a sense of pride once you put lyrics to a beat and then you come up with how you're going to present it? Do you have a sense of pride when it's finally done?
Yes.
Okay. Because there's one song that you put out there recently called Blessed, right? You have a YouTube video out there, and it has over like 1.5 million views, I think, right? 1.5 million views. And this song, Blessed, tell our viewers out there what that song's all about.
It's about my struggle with my OCD, my obsessive compulsive disorder, and how I don't let it clutch me, and I just still I'm very blessed to be able to do the same things that everyone else is in the world and make a difference and a change.
You know? So despite your own challenges, like you just mentioned, OCD, do you think the music that you put out there and Bless inspires or helps others kind of heal or cope with what they're going through?
It could.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So that's what you do that for, right? So you're not only healing yourself in some ways through the music, you're putting that out there to the 1.5 million people out there that if you affect 1, 2, 3 people, you've done your job. I think that's what God wants, right?
Yeah.
And your family. Talk about your parents and your sister, and talk about their support.
My sister and my family, my parents, my mom, my dad are very supportive of me. They've always supported my music, and they've always said that I had a gift.
Okay, so they supported you from day one.
Yeah.
And this gift of yours, you've put out a couple of CDs. How many different CDs do you have out there?
I have Hungry and Fat 1,
okay.
Hungry and Fat 2, and I have the Greatest Hits EP,
okay,
on Roller Coaster.
Okay. So you put music out there and you're connecting with people, you're editing things, so you kind of created your own kind of recording studio, and but you're here today to present live, and I think your music is getting out there. So the song Bless, which you did this video last year, talk about how that came to be, where you did it, how it was filmed, and how you're so pleased on the efforts that other people are supporting you with.
Yeah, basically the people behind that are all my supporters on YouTube, Spotify, iTunes, everyone that supports me, and watch the video on YouTube.
Okay. So where was it filmed?
It was filmed in Long Beach.
Okay, so off the boardwalk and things. So did you pick that site out, or?
Yes.
So what did you have in mind? Why did you want to go there?
Because it's a peaceful place where I can relax, and I feel blessed, and I like the scenery.
Okay, so you carefully picked that out. You had the videographer, you edited it, and now it's been out there. So let's check a look at Nate Jeezy's Blessed, which has been on YouTube for a while now. Let's check it out.
Yeah, it's Nate Jeezy. This song's called Blessed. Here we go, let's do this. I'm blessed, not cursed, not stressed, not vexed, just blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I get money, man, and yeah, that really matters. Dip on a fool, I make a rapper madder. I'm not popping the rapper right in the mouth, no. Cause I'm trying to like this girl, but she won't come inside my house, yo. You know me as a rapper, but y'all don't know the real me. Folks on my schoolwork while trying to beat my OCD. I may not have the styles that consider people hood. However, I got the heart that consider I am good. Got the heart of a writer, and I like poetry. And don't think for 1 second I won't scratch out a G. A G's just a letter to me, so I'm wrapped in these fools, wrapped in these jewels. Y'all said D's what? I say I'm nuts. Flipping the afterburners and I got myself 20 bucks. I'm back with a 20, they trying to sell me out for pennies. You asked me for some Henny, I'm wilding out in denim jeans, looking at my girl singing. I'm blessed, not cursed, not stressed, not vexed, just blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I'm blessed, not cursed, not stressed, not vexed, just blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I've been through the biz, so the devil knows me well. If a rapper wants beef, go to Taco Bell. I was born with the heat to melt any obstacle, trying to make my dreams impossible. I wrote till I got tired, got respectable women melting my rappers away, cause my pimpin' just sat unstoppable. I be grilling rappers with my mean mug, I don't need to rob you. Them rappers be looking like grilled cheese, cause they soft like bread, gooey like cheese, and be looking crusty too. Yeah, I'm the Grim Reaper, cause my lyrics be killing everybody lyrically. I'm fresh and up to date like new clothes. You rappers outdated like the iPhone 3G. I don't smoke, but I'm that piff. Come and take a sniff. I'm so fresh to death, I wasn't kidding, take a whiff of it. This light ain't even on, I'm shining, I'm lit. I'm a star, demolish your haters, flow bar by bar. Yeah, I'm blessed, not cursed, not stressed, not vexed, just blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I'm blessed, not cursed, not stressed, not vexed, just blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I spit flames, ring pockets full of change. Help people that are in need of my style won't rearrange. I stayed sick with that paper stack of flow. All them rappers got mad when they figure out Dana's flies to crow me. I'm putting them rappers on the bottom of the shelf like pastries. They better keep the cake to themselves, cause I'm born with the heat, I got the skills to bake ya. Smile while I pass and I make my paper. I'm blessed, not cursed, not stressed, not vexed, just blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. I'm blessed, not cursed, not stressed, not vexed, just blessed. I'm blessed, I'm blessed, I'm blessed. Never give up on your dreams, keep pushing.
Nate, that is a great piece of music there. You must, when you look at that, what are some of your thoughts that you feel?
I feel like I put my heart and soul in that song, and I always want to, I feel like how can I top it and make it the next song even better?
Okay, so you set goals for yourself, And I guess that's what keeps you going, the passion that you have with these goals. So 2024, I know it's April already. What do you have in mind of new music coming up for the rest of this year?
I have in mind, I want to write a real deep, I want to write funny songs. One called Serial Killer with a C.
Okay.
About eating cereal.
Okay.
Too much.
Okay.
And then I want to write serious songs as well on that album, kind of like about my grandmother and my cat and my whole life story.
Okay. I see a lot of the music you have is centered around food. And some is serious songs and some are like spoofs. So why around food? Why is that important for you?
Because it's always been a struggle with me on how I eat and trying to eat healthy.
Okay. So you feel like if you put it to music, it kind of maybe inspired you, maybe other people to put the spotlight on it and might help you in the long run.
Yeah.
Do you have trouble writing lyrics to different songs, or it comes to you easy?
It comes to me easy, but I have to push. It's like it can't be lazy thing.
I got it.
It comes to me easy, but I have to get it on the paper.
Okay.
So I have to do the work.
Okay, you have to do the work. So when you're having a bad day, is it hard to push yourself sometimes?
Yeah.
So how do you get over it? What do you do?
I listen to a lot of different artists that have pushed through it and have done it already.
Okay. Now, you're part of a Chapters Network All-Star Band, and you were asked to do the rap part of a song which was made by Carrie Underwood and Ludacris called The Champion. And it's a really cool song. And on April 21st at the Warehouse in Amityville, you're going to perform this live with the whole band. And you met Belinda Bloom yesterday, who was going to the lead singer for that, who's doing the Carrie Underwood part. But you're doing the Ludacris part. What are your thoughts about that?
I'm ready. I think I can memorize the small thing that I wrote based on my name. I have this whole acronym play and I rhyme with it.
Okay.
Like how Ludacris did with The Champion.
Is Ludacris one of your idols that you look up to?
Yeah.
Why Ludacris? I know Eminem is too, but why Ludacris?
Because he just he picks the best people to collab with in the industry, and he's really owns his craft, and he's, like he said, he's a champion.
Okay. And you mentioned acronym. Explain a little bit what you created and what was done in the original song, The Champion.
What I created was I took my name, Nate Jeezy, Natejeezy.
Okay.
And I rhymed. I would take the first letter of each word like he did, and I would like say Nate would be nice, artistic, terrific, excellent, and then I would rhyme it together. It's kind of complicated, the process, but it makes sense when it's done.
Okay, and that's what you're going to showcase on April 21st, right? Which is a program. It's our first show as a network band at the Warehouse, but all veterans are free. We're collecting canned goods for Long Island Cares, so you need to come down for April 21st. But the song that you're going to do right now, what song is that?
No War.
And talk about the meaning behind that song.
It's since there's a lot of violence in the world, and it's like nothing has really changed, really.
Right. Because you mentioned that earlier. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But so, do you want to make a change? You want to make that change. So, do you feel that this song or the music you put out has a chance to make a change?
Yes.
Cool. So, you ready to do this?
Yeah.
All right. Nate Jeezy, No War.
Yeah, it's Nate Jeezy. The song's called No War. Let's do this. Yeah. Check me out now, blow. No war, I hate murder. Robbing sucks, let me give to the poor. My God, is there even any hope for a world of peace? I never shot a gun, I never robbed a person, I never played dice, I never snatched purses. I'm not saying that I'm really from the hood, but if you talking Nate Jeezy music, I say what's good. No pretenders, man, I promise. You rapping real rap, then you get the homage. Cause rap is hooked on phonics. It's not about your sneakers, it's not about your features. You gotta be conscious. If you want that hot stuff, be the trending topic. Ball like rockets, withdrawal and deposit. Money in my pocket, income like markets, but I'll never be a target. Yeah. Because I just want to make a change in the world, but I don't know where to start. Why can't the world just get along instead of tearing each other apart? Tear, tear. I just want to make a change in the world, but I don't know where to start. Why can't the world just get along instead of ripping each other apart? Rip, rip. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not a perfect guy. Sometimes I want to cry. Untie my life so I start to get by. Comes in my mind, pot is a no-no. Wolf is flow backwards. Isn't it funny how I'm using music to go forward? Yeah, I just want to motivate. Excuse me if I'm late. I had a lot of issues, a lot of tissues on my plate. People dislike my lyrics because I had a little stutter. Now I'm getting all the women not getting sparks like Bubba, or rolling like the thunder. Your woman going under. She had a woman and she called me Donald Glover's mother. Mo had the loud pack, guess I had the liquor. And if that woman thick, then I should have just tipped her. Should have just tipped her. Yeah, no war, I hate murder. Robbing sucks, let me give to the poor. My God, is there even any hope for a world of peace? Put your mind at ease. You really got to think about a world of peace. Fun shouldn't come last in this world of grief. Got to get an education, got to go to school. But how are you supposed to do that with sight so cruel? I mean, every single second there's something else on the news. Peace is what we need, it's not war. And I'm going to sing it till my lungs get sore. Yeah, because I just want to make a change in the world, and I don't know where to start. Why can't the world just get along instead of tearing each other apart? Yeah, I just want to make a change in the world, but I don't know where to start. Why can't the world just get along instead of ripping each other apart? Rip, rip, yeah. That's it. No war.
下面这个节目叫做《醒狮送祥瑞》，是由6到9岁的小狮子们和大井南高中舞龙队的老师们共同完成的。
狮子的颜色红色和黄色代表吉利和尊贵。
哪一只是你最爱的小狮子呢？
Get ready for a big roar as the little lions, ranged from 6 to 9 years old, perform the lion dance, guided by teachers from the Great Neck South High School Lion Dance Team. The lions' robust red and yellow colors represent future luck and nobility. Please enjoy.
请欣赏手鼓舞《吟游诗人》。
Please enjoy the following hand-drum performance, 吟游诗人.
I have a guy.
Okay, let's hear about it.
Okay, my cousin actually is who I thought of. He is Dylan Skolnick. Some of the folks here may know him. He runs now with his 92-year-old mom, the Cinema Arts Center in Huntington.
We are sitting here in this beautiful space, the Cinema Arts Center, with Dylan Skolnick. And Dylan, what is your title here?
Oh, I'm the co-director here at the Cinema Arts Center in Huntington.
Very nice. And I want to ask you a couple of questions. This is where we always start. We always start with the beginning. And the Cinema Arts Center, as it is known by the community, wasn't always called Cinema Arts Center. So going back, when maybe the inspiration came to both of your parents who started this experience?
Yeah, they did. It was they had been living in Brooklyn and Manhattan, and were part of a very lively cinema community that was there. There were lots of theaters showing all kinds of movies all the time. And they came out to Long Island and were kind of shocked. It was kind of, in terms of movies, it was sort of a bit of a wasteland. There was the theaters showing whatever was the very, very new film, other than that, there was really nothing, because people, you have to remember, this is before 1973, so it's before cable TV, it's before the internet, it's before home video. Basically, your choices were first-run movies, whatever was new, or there was, Channel 2, Channel 4, Channel
7,
5,
13, 21.
That was it, yes.
That's right.
And, so it was really limited. So I guess they could have just been really bummed about it and, just been depressed, but they decided to do something. And so they borrowed a movie from the 16mm film from the library, and a projector and a screen, rented a local dance studio, hung a bed sheet up on the wall as a screen, and started showing movies,
And it started on a bed sheet.
People had to bring their own chairs. You had to bring your own folding chairs. So it was very modest initially, but people were hungry for something like this. They weren't the only people who were looking to tap into the kind of the richness of movies.
Your mom, and
she's still around. Still working.
Does she come to the office?
Sometimes, and she
great.
comes to the theater a lot, and she works at home.
Does she have a say in what's being shown?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, she
picks out the.
Well, she has the most time for watching movies, so she's depend on her a lot to be screening films, especially now where films come in terms of previewing them. They come as a link on a computer. There's a lot of films to watch, and there's a lot going on here, and I just can't spend as much time sitting and watching movies as I would like. So that's one of the things that she really focuses on now.
The beautiful things are these seats. Let's talk about the renovation for a moment. When did you, it wasn't always like this.
There have been a number of renovations over the years. One of the things, we're talking about home and stuff.
You're renovating your home.
Well, one of the things anyone who's a home owner knows is that you just leave them alone, they don't get better. They tend to decay, and they need to be, refreshed on a regular basis. So this is our home, but it's a home where thousands of people walk through it, over the course of the year, over 100,000 per year. So it takes some wear and tear. So there have been a number of renovations over the years, and the most recent was during the pandemic. That's the one we're enjoying right now, and there's new seats that we installed, just last year.
Very cool.
And so the whole place has been. We got new seats, new floors, new walls, wall coverings, improved ventilation.
The future of the theater. What does that look like to you? Like in terms of you want to be here, but at the same time, how do you see the newer generation? Do you see a lot of the youth coming in, or do you see? We do see young people coming in, and we're actively sort of focusing on that. We have a youth advisory board that's active both in terms of, like it says right there in the title, advising us, but also they organize events, they reach out to their peers. When young people come, it's sort of like, it's sort of a try it, you like it sort of thing. When they try it, they like it because it is a great experience. Right.
And once they get that experience, they want to have both. And also, it's also very much related to, we were talking about community and, kind of a home away from home. Yeah, and there's something about everybody being gathered together, watching it with other people. That gives people we have the cafe, which is for that reason also that, people see the movie, then they socialize, they go in, they talk about the movie.
And you have lots of events that go on here.
Well, I mean, the schedule is constantly evolving. We're always responding to what the community wants and needs. So, there's a much greater focus now on special events. So we're doing a lot more of them. That's what people have been coming out for. So whereas we've always done a lot of special events, but sometimes we do 3 a week, something like that. 2, 3, 4 a week. It depends. Now it's not uncommon to have 6 or 7 a week.
Wow.
So almost every day.
Has anybody gotten married here?
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh,
yeah,
okay, great.
I should mention this. The cinema is available for rentals.
Yeah, that's good to
of
know.
all kinds, for parties, for weddings, for just gatherings, for business functions, etc. So
Nice.
yeah, this is our 50th year, and especially here in the second half of the year, we're going to be doing a bunch of fun things to celebrate that. Well, we made it through 50 years, and looking forward to another. One of the key things here is, is our members, who are just, we have almost 10,000 members, and who are, vital. Without them, we would be not here. We would have ended the story would have ended a long time ago.
How does one become a member?
Oh, there's various levels, there's, we started a program now talking about young people. We have a thing that's for teens. Its membership is free.
That's
Just get them in.
great.
And then we have, just basic membership, dual membership, there's various levels of membership. And as people go to the higher levels, when you start at the first levels, it's sort of a little more transactional in the sense of you get a discount.
Right.
And people will calculate, oh, if I buy a membership and I come this many times, which is fine, they
Right.
save money. If, as they go up to higher levels, it becomes more philanthropic and more about supporting the cinema. There's a limit to how many perks we can keep building into membership. And, but it's funny, even at the basic level of membership, it ends up being about more than that, talking about, kind of community and home. People clearly, they develop an attachment to the cinema. They feel a sense of ownership to the home. Sometimes it can be crazy and stressful. You have many people who come in who all feel they're the owners of the home. People will make requests that I don't think they would make at any other movie theater.
Right.
Just 'cause, it's like, would you really say that?
Special popcorn?
Would
Is
you
that-
ask for that as anywhere else? And they're like, no. That's but that's wonderful, though. On the other hand, it's it's really delightful that people have this connection, and that's developed over time. So the members are really, really vital. Also, our volunteers. We have people who volunteer, which is amazing.
How does
and
one
wonderful.
become a volunteer? Just reaching out and just coming through the door and talking with you or some of your staff, just inquiring online. How can we get in touch with you? You have a website, and that is
cinemaartscenter.org.
Okay.
You can, you could also just type it into any search engine and it'll pop up. And yeah, all our contact information is on the website. People can email us. They can call. They could just walk in. We're obviously outward-facing organization. People. We're open many hours of the day, so people can just sort of walk in. And yeah, it's amazing. Volunteers are the core of of a lot of the work that gets done here.
Okay, so Dylan.
Yeah.
There's a segment that I bring in,
Right.
and that's how we're going to have to thank Wendy Hirschberg.
Oh, sure.
For tagging you as the guy. Thank you, Wendy. But we always ask the question, do you got a guy or do you got a gal for the next show?
Well, I'm gonna choose both
both a place and a person.
Okay.
That's because the place is a long-standing part of my life, and the person is a little more newer.
Okay.
But one of the things that's been amazing here in Huntington is we've always had bookstores here. And one of the key bookstores was this amazing place, Book Review.
I know this place.
Yeah, it's just this is a key part of my life. It's, I mean, I love reading, I love books. It was lost during the, just after the pandemic. They didn't quite make it. There were some disputes with the landlord, the kind of things that just happen.
Right.
And one of the people who was a longtime employee there, Mallory Braun, pushed on and did a Kickstarter, and now has created a new bookstore that's sort of very much a successor. That's why the name of the bookstore is The Next Chapter.
Oh, a fantastic name.
Yeah, Mallory Braun has just been a fantastic person who's really emerged as a key person here in our community by bringing us back our bookstore.
I love that. Yeah, and the name of this person again is?
Mallory Braun.
Mallory Braun. Well, Mallory Braun, tag, you're it. And thank you for making that gal our next guest on the show. So that would be wonderful. I look forward to that. Look forward to the next show. And thank you again, Dylan, for this experience to be here with you at the Cinema Arts Center in Huntington. And I look forward to coming more often. Now that I know I can get here by bus.
Oh, come on down.
How to Design Your Car by EJ, Kate, and Kira. These are the things that we are going to be talking to you about today. Number 1, steps. The steps to getting the best design possible. Number 2, find the theme of your car. Different examples of themes to get your brain going. Number 3, determine the shape. How to determine the shape of your car. Number 4, get the supplies. Go to your local store and get supplies. Number 5, design and decorate. Get creative and go past your imagination. Steps. Number 1, get the car hit. Number 2, find the theme of your car. Number 3, determine the shape of your car. Number 4, design. Number 5, get the supplies. And number 6, decorate. This is a unicorn car that I really liked. It's a nice example. Step 2, finding the theme of your car. What do you want the theme of your car to be? What is a theme, you may ask? A theme is a category or topic. You can be creative and pick whatever you want, but here are some of the themes that you can do, such as animals, fruit, neon, and food. Determine the shape of your car. After you have found the theme of your car, you could determine the shape. For example, the watermelon slice in the previous slide would be wedge-shaped, and the neon car would be slightly curved. This is an ice cream sundae car, and it's really cute, and it's a very good example. Step 4, get the supplies. First, you build your car, then we recommend paintbrushes and paint. We also recommend jewels, glitter, stickers, and paper. You also can go past your imagination getting other supplies and things for your car. Step 5, design and decorate. Number 1, plan out your design. Number 2, finish getting your decorations. Number 3, get creative and decorate your car. Here are some of the examples I like. The high heel and the cheese bridge.
I think that's all, folks.
Savannah Speedway Materials and Rules by Troop 568 by members Laura, Kate, Victoria, and Ivana. Hi, I'm Victoria.
And I'm Ivana.
And these are the materials that you need for the Savannah Speedway.
The first thing you're going to need is your Savannah Speedway cartoon, which you can find by your troopers.
Another thing you're going to need is sandpaper.
You're also going to need some weights to make sure your car is 5 ounces.
You're going to need some type of screwdriver to shape down the block however you'd like to make it your own.
You can also use a saw to make your block of wood your desired shape.
You're also going to need some paint and markers to design your car as fancy or as little, however you want.
Finally, you're going to need some axles and wheels so your car can move.
Hello, I'm Kate Plunkett, and these are the rules of the Savannah Speedway. Your car must be 5 ounces and it cannot be lighter. You can use any type of weight that you would like to make sure your car reaches the desired weight. The overall width of your car should not be longer than 2 3/4 inches. The car must have at least 1 3/4 inches under the land in between the wheels. The car must not be longer than 7 inches in length. The car must have at least 3/8 inches in between the car and the track. The car cannot be taller than 3 1/2 inches. And all cars must be submitted by the due date, and late entries will not be accepted.
Hi, I'm Vanessa.
And I'm Sia.
And we are both from Troop 568. As today, we're here to explore the fascinating world of physics as we are diving into the world of speed and science behind those incredible machines that push the limits of the Savannah Speedway car. The placement of the weights is very important when trying to design a fast car. The best location for your weight is 1 inch in front of your rear wheel. If you need to add more weights, you should put them behind the rear wheels. Some people use lead or tungsten weights in the car, but you can use any item you have around the house to help you weigh down your car. The Savannah Speedway car is a very tricky thing to master, but once you got it, you can be unstoppable in races. But how can you make your Savannah Speedway car do so well? Well, let's break it down. First, the aerodynamics of the car is nothing short but impressive. The designs of the car allow the air to flow smoothly over its surfaces and around its body, reducing drag and increasing speed. This phenomenon is known as flow control. By manipulating the flow of air moving around an object, Girl Scouts can significantly boost performance. Without the weights for the car, the car would weigh 1.5 to 3.5 ounces. But with the weights on the car, your car can only weigh 5 ounces. Otherwise, the weights of your car would have to be removed and replaced to the proper limit.
And lastly, let's talk about shape of your car. Your shape of your car is a big deal in racing. You would want your car to be a slim profile so air will flow over easily. But when your car is a wedge, it helps create less friction for your car, which is very helpful. As you can see, the physics behind Savannah Speedway Derby is pretty simple, but just a little time consuming. And this will be a perfect ride for little young Girl Scouts.
Hi, I'm Kat.
And I'm Jenna.
And we are from Troop 568.
And here are some tips and tricks on how to properly apply your wheels onto your Savannah Speedway racing car.
First up, we have a video to give you some tips and tricks for the fastest wheels.
So there are several steps involved when you're going to be mounting wheels to your Savannah Speedway cars. In order to make the car go faster, we need to reduce the friction that takes place due to, number one, abnormalities in the axles. Number two, due to the smoothness or lack thereof, we want to make the axle smoother. Then number three, once we polish the axles and we sand them down, we polish the wheels and we sand those down, we're going to bend the axles so that we can have the wheels only touching a certain amount of the surface, meaning less surface area of the wheel touching the racetrack, giving us once again less friction. So as you can see on the axle here, we're going to just easily and smoothly and quickly put the axle into a drill, spin it, and take out the imperfections with a small file. This is just to remove any sort of little tiny imperfections that can make the wheel not spin smoothly. And then we're going to use high aught, or should I say superfine grit sandpaper to give it a polish. So here we're going to sand the wheels to make sure that the imperfection is gone from the wheels. This is a special tool that holds the wheel in place while you put it onto your drill. Once it's secured tightly to this wheel polish bit, we're going to put it into the drill. So we're going to use a very fine sandpaper. We're going to take a sanding block. We are going to polish the wheel now. What it does is it evens out the wheel, it smooths it, in case there are any imperfections from when it was molded. We're going to do this 4 times. Next step is we are going to bend our axles that have been polished. Now this is an axle press. If you look at it closely, you'll see 1.5 or 2.5. This is degrees. The back wheels are going to get a 2.5 degree bend in the axle, and it's going to help cantilever the wheels out this way. The front wheel is going to be cantilevered at 1.5 degree, and we're going to have it go out the other way. Now to differentiate, what I'll do is I will mark the axles on one side of the axle. And the reason I do this is so that when I set them into the car, I know which side has to be up and which side has to be down. And this one here, because it's going to be the one, we're going to put a dot on it. So in order to do this, we put our axles into our axle press. Then you go to your 2.5. You put it into the press. Then we take our hammer and we strike down on it. Ready? It's a very slight angle. We're going to do the same thing again. This is axle polish. You could put it on a pipe cleaner, and then you can take your wheels, pass it through. Side, we'll clean it up. It's dry. You could do this 4 times on your wheels, and you have yourself nice, clean wheels, polished inside of the wheels. So prior to setting your wheels with your axles, you're going to get some pro graphite or graphite dust and put it inside. Put it inside everywhere. You want to use this generously because you don't worry about too much is not a bad thing. This stuff can go on the wheels. It's legal. You're not allowed to use any sort of grease. You're not allowed to use any wet lubricants or oils, but you can use graphite. Now it gets a little dirty, but you can even put it on the outside of the wheels. You take your finger and you rub it on the outside of the wheels. Well, what this is going to do is it's going to allow us to put our axles into the vehicle straight. Now remember, all of these wheels need to be put in once the car is painted. You cannot put them in if the car hasn't been painted, because then you're going to get paint on the wheels.
If you don't have an axle press, you can also use a credit card.
Correct. You can put a credit card up against the side of the vehicle and push it down so that the wheel goes right on top of the credit card, but it doesn't go all the way into the car. That way you keep the car spinning. The wheel spinning. So, let's just make sure. Remember, we're cantilevering the wheel in. So we're using the 1.5 degree that we pressed earlier. No, you have to be careful. You have So now we have that one set. Pull it out of the vise. We pull this. Now this is the front wheel. You see the angle of it, how it's angling in. So what's going to happen is it's going to ride on this part right here. So now we're taking our 2.5 degree bent axles, and we want them to flare away from the car. And now tuck in the back wheel again. Make sure that you line up your axle so that your wheels are going. These are their 2.5 degrees axles. Then we use a nail set and we lightly tap it into place up until it's snug down. You remove your axle press. Again, you can do it with a credit card, like we said. You can pick a credit card up against here. Well, the reason we're doing is, look, we need to leave space so that the wheel can spin. Now you know your wheel is spinning well. Look at how long it's still spinning. That's from the graphite, that's from the polishing of the axles. See? And if you look at it from the back, it's tilted out a little bit. There's your front wheel. Now, you're gonna set the car once you get into the vise with the other side, and you're gonna do it. The last thing I need to tell you is that the front wheels do not both have to touch. So what you will do is you will drill a hole higher than the axle that you already have cut. And you are going to put your wheel higher so that it does not touch the ground. The reason you want this is because the one wheel in the front is enough to guide the car. The second wheel, if it doesn't touch, means less friction. So by drilling a hole right above the pre-cut for the axle, the wheel will be lifted off the ground and you'll have less friction. You will have 3 wheels touching and you have a super fast car.
First off, wheels will slow down if they are on a tilt, so make sure they are straight.
Make sure your car goes fast, tilt one of your front wheels up so that only 3 are on the track, creating less friction.
Another tip to help your car gain some speed is putting on graphite lubricant.
One last tip to help you win the race is that you make sure that your wheels are put on correctly, not too tight and not too loose, because if the wheels are too tight, they will not move, and if they are too loose, the wheels will wobble and lose control.
Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow.
My name is Jen Yatko. I'm the Executive Director at Westberry Arts, and I'm just here to tell you a little bit about our organization today. We are located in Westbury at 255 Schenck Avenue, just off Post Avenue, and we are a 501c3 nonprofit organization that delivers arts and cultural programs that connect, educate, and inspire our community. We're an organization that was created in 2013 as part of the downtown revitalization grant that the Village of Westbury received. And we were created to really bring the arts and culture to the forefront of that revitalization. We received this building that we're in right now, our gallery, in 2021 as part of that downtown revitalization. And having that building has really allowed us to grow and expand our programs. The kinds of programs that we offer really are multidisciplinary. We like to celebrate all of the arts. And so, for instance, we have our art gallery here that I'm in right now, where we hold exhibitions every 4 to 6 weeks about. Right now, we have an exhibition of artwork by the Westbury middle and high school students that are the winners of an art contest that Westberry Arts holds every year in collaboration with the school district. So if you'd like to come see that exhibition, celebrate our young student artists, our gallery is open Thursdays, Fridays, and Saturdays, and this exhibition will be on display through April 26th. We do art exhibitions, but we also do a lot of music. We hold an annual summer concert series in the Piazza Ernesto Estrada, which is on Post and Maple Avenues, and it's right outside. It's every Wednesday this summer. And it's a variety of different types of bands, different music. So we really do try to bring the community together and, have a little bit of something for everyone. In addition to our summer concert series, we often hold indoor concerts as well in our downstairs black box theater space. We also hold documentary and film screenings down there. We do a quarterly Westbury's Got Talent open mic series, and we are going to be introducing a new Jazz in the Gallery event next month in May that will showcase our gallery and the artwork while also allowing visitors to hear live jazz music upstairs in our gallery as opposed to downstairs. Today we're very excited to have one of our member artists, Rosalba Henao, who is going to be demonstrating the Sumi ink painting technique. She will also be holding a workshop on this technique in July. And again, for more information about that, please do visit our website.
Hi, I am Rosalba Henao. I am from Colombia, for a long time living here in New York. Today the idea is to show you how to use Sumi stroke. Because when you are using the stroke, Sumi stroke is very easy to capture the reality. Is something very interesting that helps you to approach to the reality in different ways. In this case, we are using the brush as a tool, but is to think how you can use the form and what kind of form the brush gave me to me, and how to move my hand, for example, for to do circles, or for to do a square, or for to do everything, and you don't have to do with pencil. It's just using your tools, and also is try to move my hand, how you can to do some shapes that help to you to draw, and that's all. Is just try to capture the reality with the minimum strokes. But I really use this kind of tool as a perception of the reality, because for me it's easy to try to see the objects or to try to catch the objects with this kind of technique, which say that you don't have to divide the reality. It's try to, if you saw an object, is try to capture the totality, and it's try to, with your hand, with your brush, it doesn't matter how perfect is this technique, is how you try to invent, try to create using the brush, using your hand, and using the totality that you are seeing.
So we really do try to do a little bit of everything here, and we are a members organization, but you don't have to be a member of Westberry Arts to participate in most of our events. Our gallery and events are open to the public, and our exhibitions are also open to public submissions. So if you're interested in either becoming a member or in submitting artwork for one of our exhibitions, or joining us for our open mic series or any of the other events that we do, please visit westburyarts.org or follow us on Facebook or Instagram for more information.
Hey guys, welcome back to World Art Day. I hope you're having an amazing time watching all the amazing events that we have going on today. And today here with me is John Clancy. Welcome, thank you so much for being here.
Like coming back.
Are you having fun?
Yes, I am.
I see you brought some wonderful paintings here with us today. Can you tell me a little bit about them?
Yes, these paintings were inspired by mythology, legends.
Yeah.
Different things like that. Symbolism is another thing that key part to these paintings. And the whole idea behind them is to make them look like stone, but I take the eyes and some of the other features and make them realistic, so it gives it a surreal kind of feel.
Yeah.
And I'm writing stories for each one of these. So my whole plan is to have a series of these paintings from 10 to about to a dozen. Right now I have 7 of them completed.
Yeah.
And I'm working on the next couple that are coming up. For instance, the one to your left here, that one's called Dragonfly Diva. Now that has, you can see the dragonflies in her, around her.
Yeah, in her hair.
In her hair. Those, the dragonfly symbolizes change. And it also symbolizes like change in character, self-realization, and all that type of thing. So I've written a story about that particular person, the Dragonfly Diva.
Yeah.
I have another one for Dionysus. He's a Greek god of wine, fertility, pleasure, and this kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so I've written a story about him also, and I have the painting with him. And again, he looks like stone. All these faces looks like stone, and I was also inspired to do that from being on different vacations. And you'll go to an old inn, and sometimes they have those placards on the wall.
Yeah.
And they look like stone.
Yeah.
So I was always intrigued by who are these people and what are these symbols of these different art forms that are out like that. So anyways, with Dionysus, what I'm doing with him, the story, his story actually doesn't happen in Greece because I'm making the story up. Actually, I have him going to Japan.
Oh, okay. What's he doing in Japan?
The reason why I have that is because I studied with a Japanese artist, Yuki Tashiro. He was the one that taught me portraiture and other painting techniques. And he told me about the Oni giants that were there. So I said, Oni giants, what are those? He goes, oh, they're 8-foot, 9-foot people that were in Japan.
Oh, wow.
But I think it's a fable. After I looked it up, they're really not really exist. So I have Dionysus going, have a skirmish with these giants, and the story goes on, and then he's drinking his wine, and he goes into a deep state of dream, and he has a whole big thing with that.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, Dionysus is like the drunk Greek god. I know that much.
Something like that.
Yeah. I also noticed that the paintings, they almost look like a sculpture. You said they're...
that was the idea, to make them look like those plaques that I would see on the wall. Make them sculptured so they look like clay, wood.
Yeah. Have you ever sculpted anything?
Yes.
Really? Are they on display?
No.
Why not?
Well, I sculpted for my own self from studying. For instance, I would do a fish.
Yeah.
And then I put it on a pivot, and I could turn it any way and then draw it in any direction.
Yeah.
So if I want to do a fish swimming this way or that way.
Oh.
So that's the
very
reason
cool.
why I would do something like that.
How long have you been painting?
Oh, I would say since probably about 20 years.
Wow, that's a long time.
It's a long
Do you
time.
enjoy it? You love it?
I love painting, yes. So the other thing about these paintings are they're like prophecies, another thing that I focus in on when I'm doing these. I don't know, and the other thing about having the stories written about these and the paintings themselves is that the paintings are unique and they stimulate a person to look, when they're looking at them, their imagination. So the story is another additive to that. So it just takes it to a different level.
Yeah.
And that's the reason why I'm doing the stories. And a lot of stuff focuses back to prophecy again, too. Like they just found the, in Pompeii, the paintings of Apollo and Cassandra, the high priestess Cassandra. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Yeah, I read it.
So they found those different paintings, and she was a prophetic person. Okay, she did prophecy. That was her old shtick.
Oh, okay.
And I've had experiences with that myself.
Really?
Would you like when I hear a story
go
about
ahead.
that? This is pretty interesting. I had a company that I was doing events, like trade show events and so on and so forth. And you know, businesses sometimes they go up and they go down because of the economy.
Right.
And you're always, it's like a roller coaster. Well, one time we went down. It was down on bottom. I thought it was going to close.
Oh, wow.
So I happened to see a TV program, and it was Joseph in a Technicolor coat out of the Bible.
Yeah.
And he has these dreams, right?
Right.
And one of the dreams is he has a dream about the sun, the moon, and the stars bowing to him. And what that meant is he would have a station in life.
Right.
Now his brothers, as you know the story goes, they throw him, they beat him up, they take his coat, they rip it all up, they tell his father that they got eaten up by some wild animals or whatever. And what they really did was sold him into slavery. Now he had that dream, and then he had dreams for the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
And told him about the different famine that was going to happen, et cetera, and he was going to have 9 years or 7 years of good luck and then bad luck, whatever. Anyways, I was just after that show was closed off. I was going to go to sleep, so I said, Lord, I want a prayer like you gave Joseph. I want to know what's going to happen with this company. Should I close it? Should I keep it open? Should I dissolve it? So I said, I don't want a dream that I'm not going to remember when I wake up. I want to remember it, and I want it totally, I would know exactly what to do, exactly what the meaning was. Not some kind of thing and thinking, well, does it mean this or does it mean that?
Yeah.
Well, lo and behold, I have this dream. I'm sitting on a blanket at a picnic by myself. I have cards in my hand. And there's a carnival wagon in front of me. And I go, wow. And then there's on the carnival wagon is a slot machine. This is crazy.
A little bit.
So this guy shows up.
Yeah.
And he goes, and he's an older man. He's like in his 60s, and he was slightly balding. He had gray hair, slightly balding, round face. And I go, he goes, do you have a quarter to put into the slot machine? So I said, yeah. So I give him the quarter. The next thing you know, I open up the cards, and I have ace, ace, king, king. I had all the cards. So I said, I have all the cards. And then I woke up.
Wow.
So what did that mean?
I was about to ask you.
Well, then that morning I had an appointment with a company. It was at least 150 miles away driving. And it's in the middle of nowhere. When I'm driving, I'm in the middle of nowhere, literally. I'm going, where is this company? And then in the middle of nowhere is this 3-story building.
Wow.
I go, wow, this is crazy.
Yeah.
So I park my car, I take out my samples, and I go in, I see the secretary, and she says, go into this room over here. So-and-so will be down to see you, your appointment. I go in, and it looks like they had a zillion Hummel-like sculptures, the Hummels, collectibles. And I'm looking at them, and I'm going, wow, these are cool. And he shows up. So finally he comes in, and I'm looking at these, and I turn around. Lo and behold, it's the guy in the dream.
Wow, that's nuts.
No, this gets better.
Okay.
That's what I said. This is nuts. I look at him and I go, wow.
Yeah.
So he starts to show me these Hummel things that they're making, and they're animated. So he pushes a button on one, and it's a kid playing the violin, and
That's
little
really
music
cool.
music's coming out. And then he goes, let me show you some of the new stuff we're doing. And he takes me over to another area of the showroom, and there are the carnival things.
Wow.
Spinning around.
Interesting.
And I'm going, oh my God. And he goes, you really like them? I said, more than that. So he goes, oh, I want to show you what we're going to be just showing new. That's really new. It's behind this curtain, this black curtain. He goes like this, and he pulls the curtain open. It's all slot machines.
Wow. This is nuts.
Toy ones, but they were slot machines.
Right.
That's when the hairs on the back of my head went up.
I mean, that's nuts. That's crazy. Literally everything that's happening in your dream.
Everything that happened in that dream happened there.
Right. What happened next?
Well, next he took me up to his office, and he said, do you want a cup of coffee? I said, yeah, sure. Yes. And I get a cup of coffee, and I'm ready to put it on his desk, and he spins out a coaster. And it spins out on the table, and it comes right as my cup comes down. And as I'm drinking, I look at the coaster.
It's the cards, isn't it?
No, it says, God will find a way for you.
Wow. That is amazing. That is amazing.
So, and that's the type of thing that have inspired these pieces of artwork.
Yeah, because you said you do stories with your artwork.
Correct.
Are these stories displayed when you display the art as well?
Well, the whole idea is to go to a museum, so to speak, and have these things on display along with the stories, and I'm going to have books made up.
Right.
So, you know, be good conversation pieces, you know, something for people to take home.
Oh, okay. So in the book, it would have the picture along with the story telling what's happening.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Where have you displayed your artwork?
I've displayed it in galleries in New York City. I've been in different shows throughout the country, and other galleries. I was in Balanthe Gallery in Brooklyn. I had one-man shows there. Actually, I did a portrait demonstration live.
Wow.
With a group of people around.
What did you draw?
A person. A person.
That was there?
Yeah.
Oh. The live portrait.
The live portrait. He wasn't dead.
That is amazing. What was your first gallery experience like for you? Like seeing your work like in a building with people there. What was that like? Were you terrified?
No, I wasn't terrified at all. It was just interesting. You know, people asked a lot of questions. Like, you know, I was doing Sumi type artwork, and the gallery was. He would sell a lot of my work. I was doing like floral pieces, and then one day I said, I'm going to do swamps. I'm painting swamps. He goes, I want to give you a one-man show. I says, well, I'm painting swamps. And he went, swamps? Oh, no, we want the flowers. And I said, no, I'm painting swamps. You don't get it.
Yeah, I mean.
I said, they are very serene and mystical.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
And very calming. So I did all these paintings. I did one that was 10 feet long.
Wow.
And with the brush, with this ink and on the rice paper, it was 10 feet long. That sold right away. 10-foot painting, boing, gone. Wow. All of them went. They were all sold.
What inspired you to paint swamps?
That's a good question.
Yeah, I'm curious.
You know, I found out that through my heritage that my family actually grew up in the South, in Louisiana.
Oh, okay.
And they were at an area called Black Lake, which was a whole swamp area with all the cypress trees.
Yeah.
And I was always drawn to the cypress trees and to paint those. So I don't know. I think it's something in our genes or in your DNA or whatever.
To like pull from that, well, it's a place that you grew up in, so you're pulling from home.
But I didn't grow up there.
I thought you did. That's what you just said.
No, my family did.
Oh, so you just visited
relatives.
Them. Oh, okay.
No, I never visited that area.
So how did you see it?
I saw it through photographs.
Oh, okay, okay, got you. What inspired these?
inspired these, as I said earlier, is mythology, symbolism.
From books that you've read.
From books I've read, stories, you know, and then I made my own characters up myself, you know, that's what
Oh, okay, so from Greek mythology, you've created your own narrative, your own images. You're just pulling from those things. Have you ever explored other mythologies, like Norse mythology?
No.
I love Norse mythology. It's like Greek, but you know, a little bit different. There's about Odin, the god, stuff like that. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's all cool.
Yeah. So where do you plan on having your next gallery viewing?
Right now, I'm just focusing on, once I complete everything here, I want to contact museums first, because I really just want to, I'm not really want to sell everything at this point. I just want to be able to display it so people can see it. And then maybe I'll sell the collection as a whole.
Yeah.
Is instead of piece by piece, that type of thing.
Where can people find you?
My website, johnclancyart.com.
Okay, and you sell from there as well?
Oh, yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
I do pet portraits, people portraits.
Oh, okay, so they can request a portrait done and you just...
Correct.
Oh, okay. That's from the website as well?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's nice. So what are your plans for the rest of the year? Like, what are you planning on doing?
Is to
Do you have any more shows?
complete this project is my main plan right now. Yeah.
Okay. How far along are you?
And I'm working with the Harlem Art Show. I helped them get their entire show.
When is their show?
It's in February.
Oh, okay. So the next one.
The next one's in February, yeah.
What do you do for them?
I organize the entire installation of the show itself and all the logistics for them.
Yeah.
And help them move it along so that it runs smooth.
Yeah. Okay. That's so cool. Well, it was really nice talking to you, and I absolutely love learning about your portraits and all the things that you're doing right now. That's really, really cool. And I'm so happy thank you so much for coming. So happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, guys, I really hope you are enjoying the World Art Day. So stay tuned for more.
The arts here at Viscardi we feel is essential. It's essential for a variety of reasons. It gives our students the ability to personally express themselves, or a method to personally express themselves. It also fosters cognitive and emotional development, encourages inclusivity, and really just a range of benefits that enhance their overall quality of life.
STEM, as we all know, stands for science, technology, engineering, and math, and my classroom is the tech part of STEM. I think technology is a big part of the arts, and I think especially over the last 20 years or so, art has really started to go into the tech world. Art's not only using a paper and pen or sculpting with clay, it's also using different types of media programs, software with technology in order to make art. And I think it also helps make it accessible for people with disabilities. In Mr. Tim's class in art, my 12th graders are making landscape portraits, and we're going to take those portraits and turn them into calendars in my class. So we do a lot of cross curriculum within the art department. So I teach 8th grade and then 12th grade. So I see a lot of students going from their middle school selves in 8th grade where they're kind of unsure of themselves and they're still growing on that confidence and creativity, and then I get to see them again in 12th grade and they've really blossomed into themselves.
I think this is one of the rooms where I try to allow them as much independent freedom. So if they want to paint their sky purple for the day, they can paint their sky purple for the day. If they want their grass hot pink, they can paint their grass hot pink. And I think it's one of these areas within our school and our building that really allows for self-expression and them to explore their own self-identity and what interests them and what they like.
We're working on seasons that we are drawing to make for a calendar. My painting is of January. The reason why I like to come to art is to feel a relaxation and some enjoyment of making something creative.
When they come to art class, we're able to connect to other areas of their academic pursuits. For example, a 6th grade class, they might be learning about astronomy or the placement of the planets, and we might do a project based on the solar system. History students that are doing world history, a lot of the different arts and artifacts that are covered throughout the period, we might create in here. The students also help design the backgrounds for their performance here.
We do a lot of activities with what does the music make you feel like? What does this sound like? Can you connect the music with an emotion? To try and help the students use music as a way to be in touch with their emotions.
I've been learning about wooden instruments, the sounds of them.
Well, students that maybe can't express themselves verbally can express themselves through movement, through creating music, and that just allows them to kind of connect in a way that they might not be able to verbally.
I like to listen to different types of music. Performing in our shows gives me confidence.
So the Senior Music Showcase, that was our first year doing it last year, and the reason was just to show the variety of ways that students can use music, create music, and express it. That I wanted everyone to see what talent the seniors have. Whatever is needed, we create it or change it. We just all work together to make sure everyone can perform to the best of their abilities.
I like to come to music class because then I can learn about instruments and learn how to play instruments better. Music makes me happy.
Anytime our students can see people with disabilities achieving great things and doing wonderful things, or being an actress or a singer or an attorney or any of those types of things, it really just gives them that feeling of that they can do it too.
This award is for every kid who is watching tonight who has a disability, who has a limitation or a challenge, who has been waiting to see themselves represented in this arena. You are.
Dance Visions New York, based here in Great Neck, is a not-for-profit arts organization that showcases both authentic Isadora Duncan repertory as well as original contemporary works. Founder and artistic director Beth Jacovi has created, performed, and presented full-length programs and individual works internationally, nationally, and extensively throughout the New York metropolitan area. Inspired by words, visual art, and music, Beth's artworks often merge these disciplines with dance. Today, you will see the premiere of From a Distant Past. It is the latest iteration of a work Beth has been developing since 2019, based on an original symbolic poem by Kira Jacovi. The artwork has taken many forms. First in 2020, They created and presented the climactic last section, Evening, as a film. Later, the full live work was performed outdoors at landmarks and parks, such as the Nassau County Museum of Art and Cedar Mere Preserve. The work was later selected for presentation by Emerging Artists Theater off-Broadway at Tada, by Creative Performances for Dixon Place, and it was sponsored by Cannonball for the Philadelphia Fringe Festival. This new iteration for 2024 is scaled down and intimate with new focuses and highlights. Preparing the work now with the current world challenges has been deeply meaningful for all involved. We hope you engage with this very interdisciplinary work of dance, poetry, theater, and imagery from a distant past.
All things begin in darkness, such as the day. Because no matter how you define it, there is always that moment of darkness. When the sun peeks out, there is darkness. For in order for the light to pick holes through the sky, there must be a dark veil to be pricked. In order for the sun's head to poke out, it must first be underneath the blankets. All things begin in darkness, such as the river. We are standing by the spring now, where the water leaps to greet the air. But this is only the source we can get to. Down beneath gray stones is never challenged darkness. Crystalline caves, echoing, with water dropping, pooling up, and creating pressure until it bursts forth here where we are now. All things begin in darkness, such as our journey. Only night vision guides us as we set out, step by tentative step. Only night vision and the soft susurrus of the snaking root beside us in the darkness. But darkness will not last forever. And so, the dawn begins when the sky begins to brighten. And the river begins when the streamlet trickles down to the meeting place and the journey has begun. It continues as we pick our way by the whispering streamlet, over the primordial mud on the rocks, into the indecipherable glow of the sky. Until the rushing friends begin to mingle. Until the whisper turns to gurgling laughter. Until the glowing light coalesces as sun. until it becomes easier to rush down like the stream beside us. Until the stream beside us hits the gaps, halts, holds its breath, leaps, falls, until waterfalls, 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 where the paint spilled by the sun pour down glittering over the white ridges, where the laughter becomes cacophony.
Where the simple becomes complex. Where a sheer chaotic swirl bounces forth like a little explosion of heaven bursting on the earth. A bomb of joy destroying mundanity. The breath of love diffusing in our hearts. I love the waterfalls reflecting the daylight, which is why I bless the light. I adore being here at this point. Which is why I bless the journey. There is perfection in the glinting rainbows of waterfalls, except for the cold wind rising up behind us.
I do not understand the wind deeply, but I wonder, does the wind arise in darkness? Does the wind secretly sneak out of some metaphorical darkness? Or is the wind birthed abominably within the light to chase us cruelly down the mountain? I could stay by waterfalls forever, except that we have made plans to go on a journey. And except that there is a cold wind rising up behind us, sapping the comfort from the banks. And except that the rainbows will be destroyed in darkness. And so we continue to tumble down the mountain as the streams combine, edging parabolically towards river. As the colors brighten, blooming into full day, and as the wind is ever at our backs, the force that pulls us forth is gravity, desire. But violence is the force that pushes us on.
The nature of our location has long been plain. Plains, it is clear, are flat and broad. The ideal plain is covered with green grass, flowers, life shooting up to greet the sun. Sometimes plains mutate into forests, which are shady respite, restful nuance to the sun-baked continuity of plains, darker browns and softer shade. What lurk behind the plain and the forest are two things. One, the flatness, so that when the soft breeze rubs against our faces, it would take 10,000 years until our gaze breaks against the blips, more like symbols now than mountains. And when we look where we intuitively know must be downwards, there is no visible hint of slope, and where we are could last forever. And two, the river, a blue mirror of the green in the plains, a level pause in the midst of the forest. But always the river, the same concept in every context, eternally threading through the landscape mat like fate. Gravity, desire, violence, omnipresent. The category is the middle. The category is the balance. The category is the farthest point. The category is the afternoon of our journey. For as we travel easily, lazily, over the riverbanks, bask in the sun, dawdle in the shade, as the river rumbles in its broad, steady maturity, as the buzz of insects suffuses the afternoon with calm. Although I cannot deny a certain aura of suspension, a moment stretching backward and forwards some 20,000 years. Our presence implies a progress. We are journeying yet. Our stagnation is uncorrelated with rest. We are journeying yet. Even if motion has blurred into stillness, we are journeying yet. I have not forgotten the mountains, but I only experience them now as abstractions, symbolic, removed, remembered, but only remembered. Life is, and therefore must have been always, easy and flat, step by unhesitant step. Although I have not forgotten the waterfalls, my journey has removed me from the waterfalls. What is absent is not what is present. What is present has the quality of eternity, even if it has not the property of eternity. I have not forgotten gravity, desire, violence. But gravity is hidden in the veils, and desire has devolved into a parody, as desire always devolves into a parody. One might define habit as a parody of desire. I know journeying devolves into a habit when the motive force of each step after step stops being a vital power and retreats into a past self, so that one's mind disconnects from one's body, and someone else seems to be in control. Whatever thoughts, feelings, and desires flicker in the spirit, there is no connection to the journey. and so one is alive and thinking, and simultaneously a ghost and a robot programmed by a ghost in a repetitive loop of action. Not that there is anything wrong with journeying. Not that I fail to take pleasure in journeying. And the day is warm, and the sounds are soft. The light is lovely, and the flowers fragrant. The colors bright, and the company engaging. The weariness bearable, and the routine comfortable. But the desire is veiled and hidden. As for violence, I have not forgotten the wind, but the wind is, and must have been always, a ghost itself, a hint only, and certainly pleasant. I wonder why I ever chose the wind as a symbol, when it is not only material, but also mundane and barely noticeable. After 10,000 years, we become desensitized to violence. The journey is and therefore must have been always, but that is self-evident.
All things end in darkness, such as the day, which is something that ends slowly. As we walk on, there is a gradual dimming. The sun is no light bulb to blink out in an instant, but it is as though you look up and the sky is blue. Then you think the sky is still blue, but you realize that the quality of light is different, as though the sky has been folded back on itself. It always was, you think, a blanket, and now it is just doubled back to darken. The sun has grown old throughout the day. Now it is no child playing with bright blues and greens. It has taken up a different sort of paint, and behind us, spills of it, like autumn leaves or berry stains, begin to alter the plain pattern. All things end in darkness, such as the river. Out ahead of us, sky and sea become darkness. At another time, Perhaps a blue corner would demarcate the horizon, but now we can hear the waves. And maybe the sleepy sun still highlights a white crest or two, but mostly the river is pouring out into darkness. Limits are blurred. Everything is blurred. The sound of water beating back on the shore is a blurring sound. The scent of salt in the air is a blurring of boundaries. This sharpness is dying away, all to be consumed by darkness. All things end in darkness, such is our journey. She says all things begin in darkness. She asks, do you remember the spring? Bubbling and frothy, pouring forth, the water liberated from eons of caved darkness? I say, I remember the spring, but all things end in darkness. She asks, do you remember the dawn and the first gleamings of light as the blanket became thinner? I say, I remember the dawn, but all things end in darkness. She says, do you remember the mountains, how hard it was to clamber down over the rocks without slipping, the long distant view down when our gaze followed gravity 20,000 years into the distance? I say, I remember the mountains, but all things end in darkness. She says, do you remember the wind, when it seemed to bring a hint of snow and chill, as if to remind us that the mountains stretch up beyond even our imaginations into the snow-capped peaks at the start of the world? I say, I remember the wind, but all things end in darkness. She says, do you remember the plains, where we walked together and laughed, and the river was wide and untroubled? I say, I remember the plains, but all things end in darkness. She says, do you remember the flowers, whose fragrance was almost imperceptible, a hint only but pervasive, stretching throughout the day, and whose colors gave beauty to the light? I say, I remember the flowers, but all things end in darkness. She says, do you remember our journey? I say, I remember our journey. She says, all things begin in darkness, so I want you to take my hand. She says, all things begin in darkness. Of course, there is a general drift downwards into darkness, but gravity is not the only force. If it were, then gravity would already be forgotten, as all things crunch together in an eternal compaction. For gravity to start, there must be separation. Gravity's origins lie out there in the expanse of darkness. And the water that has succumbed to gravity is stained by exhilaration. Excited, jumps up, invisibly leaping out against the call of gravity. Then darts, freed through the air. The water once imprisoned in caves away from the sun has finally reached its fruition. Its ultimate experience of freedom. Until the enthusiasm dies away. And habit can no longer conquer the absence of desire. And freedom devolves. First into formation, then precipitation, guided by gravity. So eventually, whether it is an immediate response or long delayed by eons hidden in pools below the earth, each particle will return to the streamlets. And once again, meet and join and flow down to the mouth, guided again by gravity. And thus it is here in the darkness and expanses that gravity is made possible. Here, where gravity fails to reign tyrannically, only here can be the source of gravity. For how could water fall if there were only pools at the bottom? So I want you to take my hand. The spray beats endlessly against my face. I am still. She says, all things begin in darkness. Here, where we stand, the storm will hit. The waves will crash. Water will eat away at land, eroding and devouring these tiny pebbles beneath our feet. The tenacious remainder of a history of assault, eventually to be reclaimed and made again into darkness. And so, yes, there is violence here, but it pales next to the violence in the darkness, where in the midst of the storm, there is no land to be assaulted, only water combating water in a never-ending battle. Sea rising up and lashing in pain against the sky. Sky falling down in rivulets against the sea. Water on water, surge against surge, sea and sky indistinguishable. Both nothing more than whirlpools of insistent water clashing, crashing. One endless stream of white water up and down in chaos. A waterfall and water rise turned from cacophony into something more intense. All the noise and all the power in the world engulfed in water. We live on the land. And so, of course, the force of water surging back against its children, raging to recover what has become separate, is the force that dismays us, destroys our shelter, shocks us. So I want you to take my hand. I say, so gravity begins in darkness and violence. But what then of desire? She says, desire, I think, is like gravity. It is only after after something has defied gravity that you can see the beginning of gravity. Only when something is empty of desire can you see the beginnings of desire. If desire begins in the darkness, and if, as you insist, desire ends in the darkness, then there must be a moment out there in the darkness, empty of desire. A moment or an eternity of stillness without even the ghost of desire. Does desire build on desire? Yes, I'm sure a million hopes and dreams spark each other in the human mind as the rush of gravity would pull the stream more and more quickly down towards the bottom. But each candle once lit, though it may light another before the end, burns out inexorably. Eventually, the wax melts. And all that is left are the stains of color dotting the tablecloth. What fire rages forever? All stability is cyclic. Where there is nothing, there is everything to be desired. When you were a mind and a ghost, and a robot programmed by a ghost, how real was your desire? And if the darkness kills desire, it is also where desire will be born again. When you reach a goal and the ghost dies, then only can untainted desire rise from the ashes. The sun has covered its paints with the blanket. The birds are asleep. Darkness is behind me, and in front of me, we are almost already in the darkness and the water. I can feel it all over me. With darkness and water surrounding me, above and below, left and right, before and behind, I have no sense of direction. But without direction, I have no sense of gravity. There is no easiest path to take. Fat drops of rain blurred together with ocean spray. If I am without gravity, I may be also without desires. There are no distinctions, and one path is as good as another. And she wants me to take her hand Out there in the darkness, she told me, there is violence. Endless violence. The sea will seem calm, but at its core, violence. The sharks are eternally moving in the water, I hear. The mermaids have sharp teeth. They bite into you, and your blood pours out into the ocean. Violence is justified in self-defense, I hear. But otherwise, one is pushed by violence, not pulled by it. Surely it is better to avoid violence. Surely one universal desire is to escape violence. It does not seem right somehow to become violence when one is not violence. If violence was the force that pushed us on towards the darkness, if violence lives in the darkness and pushed us out of the darkness, if the quake that splits the earth to lift up the mountains is violence, and the sea that tears at the land in violence, fighting to take back what once arose out of it, pushed by violence, then the whole world is formed in violence. We may wish, I do wish, for the veils to last forever.
But the veils are a thin veneer between earthquakes and tsunamis. We cannot stretch it thinner. It has ripped apart, poked on one side by the mountains, drowned on the other by the sea. If we are to make a new one, it is an act of violence against the darkness. We may want to avoid violence, but we ourselves were birthed in violence, and only after destruction is there space left to create in. When the world is a unity, when sea is sky and darkness, darkness, only by tearing things apart can we return to distinctions.
Maybe peace can conquer violence next time. We need to make space to create it in, make for thicker veils. Here in the present maelstrom of violence, my hair is whipped around by the wind, already wet and dripping little streamlets of its own. And I say all things begin in darkness. The wind is loud, the thunder fierce, the sea fighting back with its own howls. She needs to shout. She shouts. From here on, we will become the darkness. We grab hands, holding hands, forming a line. We rush together out, away from the majestic mountains, into the pools where the water begins to creep up our legs, out, away from from the plains into the salt and the streams of water caused by sudden darting fish. Out, away from the darkness, into the darkness. Rushing now that our journey has ended and begun, rushing forth, out past the mouth into the sea, out past our fear into emptiness, holding hands together, sweeping on in the struggle to become the darkness. All things begin in darkness, such as the day.
Kieran Johnson. I'm the Executive Director for the Huntington Arts Council. We are based here in Huntington, New York, in Suffolk County, Long Island. And we serve, honestly, the entire Long Island region, both Nassau and Suffolk counties. We were established back in 1963. We're the oldest arts council on Long Island, through the works of Augustus Heckscher and Harry Chapin. We were established in order through the Cultural Commission of the town, along with the Cultural Commission of the President of the United States at the time, President Kennedy, which then led to the establishment of the NEA. So we proudly say that we're part of the establishment of the National Endowment for the Arts through Augustus Heckscher and the Cultural Commission under Johnson. One of our first core programs through the work of Harry Chapin was actually the Huntington Summer Arts Festival, which started right on the steps of Heckscher Park's Heckscher Museum, where it started with 4 basic bands, local bands, the community band, a local dance troupe, which has now grown to be 42 to 55 free shows a year in Heckscher Park, ranging from theater to dance, poetry, everything in between. Another core program that we have, you can see, is our Main Street Gallery. We do 9 to 12 shows a year, ranging from student work that you see on the wall here with our Journey Arts and Education program, where we have high school students have their own exhibition every single year. And it's absolutely fantastic to see what the students come up with through a full range of media and expression, from sculpture, fashion design, film, making of something small tarot cards. We see such talent coming out of the schools here in Long Island, ranging from Plainview, Old Bethpage, all the way to Kings Park and most of Huntington Township. These students also work within the broader scope of the exhibition program Just our last exhibition, we had 36 artists in a juried exhibition, and 17 of them came from high schools, and the juror was none the wiser of who was being chosen. It's a blind jury process. So you have high school students who may have been making work maybe for 2 or 3 years, showing with professional artists who may have been working for the last 60 to 80 years, having a joint conversation about the work that they put together through their creative expression. The Arts Education program also features a large variety of work within schools. We have cultural artists go in and perform art about their culture and their storytelling. Just last week, we had Andrea Denvers go into Walt Whitman High School to teach storytelling through the art of bomba dance and Puerto Rican culture. The important aspect of this program is about cultural representation and storytelling in social studies and language acquisition. We have about 64 what we call discovery chests for students to take in, covering core programming of K through 12 learning that fulfill total New York State requirements. And the kids actually love these coming in. One of our largest programs is actually about re-granting and funding the arts as a whole. We are New York State's designated re-grantor for the New York State Council on the Arts, and actually now for the New York State Senate. We fund approximately 125 to 150 different arts programs across Nassau and Suffolk County. If it's arts related, we can fund it. We give out significant dollars into economic impact into the local communities through this program. Last year, we gave out a total of about $750,000 to artists and arts organizations and non-arts organizations to do arts-related programming. The whole staff loves working here and doing what's best for the creative culture across Long Island. We're all Long Island residents. We're all putting back into this sector that we really love. There's a critical need for funding. There's this perception that we have access to New York City money, and we don't. So we make sure that we're providing funds to Long Island, Nassau, and Suffolk County. And the organizations will work with a broad range, not having to say a ticket sale or things like that, that we can provide them funds so they can reach their target audiences. And we can see that through working within the schools. The exhibition program, it's so wonderful to see when students and established artists are really putting a show together. I was mentioning before, just last show, we had 17 of the 36 artists were included within the showcase, within the last juried exhibition. It's about the community as a whole in the end. Artists don't, I think there's this, everyone thinks that there's this aspect that artists are always competing with each other. I've never once in the 8 years I've been here seen someone go, that's just student work, da, da, da. It's always been like, this is fantastic. And it's like, oh, and then there's like this like, oh my God, you're a high school student. So the established artists love having student work in the show because it's not student work, it's an artist and an artist. Because it's not a student show, it's an exhibition. So it's not about them being a student. They got in on being an artist. And that's how we always treat them. We always treat students that they are artist first and student second. And if you want to learn more about us, our website, we just redid our website last year. It is mobile friendly, we're ADA accessible. And I'll also tell you that we really love subscribers to our free magazine. Tell us you want the magazine, we will mail it to you. That's the deal. All of the information about the Huntington Arts Council can be found at www.huntingtonarts.org. And everything on there you can find from membership, donations, signing up for the magazine, the Summer Arts Festival schedule, all the Discovery Chest, any kind of grants that we're offering, any opportunities are on our website. And all of our socials are Huntington Arts with an S.
We're back here. I'm sitting here again with Joni Acola. She is the co-founder of Healing Headbands and the producer and host and extraordinaire of, what's the name of it?
Mind, Body, Home Show.
Mind, Body, Home Show. My microphone's off?
Okay, well, I guess I can continue talking.
Here's my microphone off.
Well, yeah, Mind, Body, Home Show, Growing into Health, which airs once a month on NSTV, and we are here to talk about this amazing day that you did. I mean, this is like an incredible day, World Art Day.
Yeah. It's been a big day, right? It's been a busy day, but I think it was pretty successful. We were able to really highlight lots of artists and organizations across Long Island, so I think it's pretty successful.
Yeah, I was very inspired by watching several of the artists live, and the way it's produced here is like nobody, I mean, if you've never been to North Shore TV, the studios here, you will be in for a really big treat. The way they produce your shows, and if you have an idea, you can come here, right? You can have an idea, you can produce a show, and yeah. Tell us how. Let's talk about the day.
Let's talk about the day. Yeah.
World Art Day. Give us a little bit of background again. What World Art Day?
So right, like we said in the very beginning, I'm not sure if you decided you wanted to watch it from the 4 or 5 hours ago, but we began this a few years ago, maybe 5 years ago, and a local artist, Shirley Romaine, she came to me. She was really excited about expressing and showcasing the art here on Long Island, and so I said, that's fantastic, let's do a show. And then we picked a date, and I looked online and I saw that April 15th is World Art Day. Of course, today's the 19th, but we try to celebrate it every year. She passed away, sadly, but we always do this in memory of her. It just keeps getting bigger and better.
I love it, and it was such a great...
And that's how we met.
That's so true. That's right, you reached out to Healing Headbands, and you asked us if we wanted to do something, and we did.
I saw like a little article of you.
In the newsday.
Like a newspaper, I was like, oh, let's...
I know, and it feels like it's been ages, because what you offer here was extraordinary. Not only was I able to be on World Art Day, but you also extended Women in Technology, and you have all these wonderful programs for people to come and learn how to do production work in a studio just like this. And I loved it here, and you can't get rid of me.
It's true.
So let's talk about a little bit today about what we saw. There was all these arts that were being displayed, people with all forms of creativity, poetry, dancing, the last artists, let's look at the big picture of the word art and artist. You're an artist.
So I am, in a way.
And I like that. I love that you said it that way, because that's part of it. It's like we can pull out of ourselves an art form that we can express, right?
Yeah. So the goal here is really, a lot of people have one idea of art. So it's like a painter,
photography.
So my goal here is really to show all forms of art. So photography, poetry that we had in today, dance, and then we had the Chinese dance that came in, watercolor, and the photo demo that JD did. That was pretty cool,
that
right?
Was very cool.
Yeah.
I really thought that was really
And then your co-founder, Barbara, doing the Healing Headbands, which was great.
Fantastic. She showcased her ability to use laughter yoga, and she talked about the Healing Headbands project in a way. I love that. And John Clancy, which I thought he was an artist, talked about his story and how he produced some artwork that he never even... He produces beautiful artwork from pictures, and then also there's the Viscardi Art Center for Art. They were here, or they were talking about their school.
Yes, so they had like an art video, the video about them for their art program, which is amazing. And if you've never heard of the Viscardi Center, you should really look them up. It's a beautiful school and center. For students who have a disability. They are amazing. And I was in their art studio the other day too, and it was great. I think I just broke my...
I think it works.
There we go.
There it is.
And let's not forget Lisa Fazio this morning. She opened up the show with her live watercolor.
It was like a perfect way to explore watercolor in like a Bob Ross type of way, where she's showing how does she create, and she has a beautiful book of incredible watercolors of all over Long Island.
Yeah.
And all of these are Long Island artists, correct?
That's where we're showcasing all of Long Island, so it was great. And then we had gone out and we did a video of the Huntington Arts Council, which do amazing stuff. And they not only are they within their organization, like in their house, but they have extended the artwork. So all of Huntington, it looks like, has art all over, and it's something that they have backed up, and they work with their legislators, and they do something in the park, and they have a big summer program coming out. They're super cool.
That is awesome. Yeah.
And then Westberry Arts, they did a demo as well, some kind of Japanese.
So all
strokes
over
and
Long
stuff.
Island, we can find art organizations that you can become part of. It's like, I live in Seacliff, and there's a Seacliff Arts Council. There's a there's an Arts Council in most of these communities.
I feel like Long Island is actually a really like maybe one of the biggest art communities that there is. I mean, everywhere you turn around, there's like
music.
Arts are really big here.
Yeah, and we have some music coming up.
Yeah, we have a band coming up. It's Ken McGorry and the Achievements, and they've been around forever. They're great.
You make it sound like they're like,
They're about 500 years old. I'm so kidding. I just made it sound like they've been around for
Well, just you wait. The sound is going to be amazing.
Yeah.
I was listening to them earlier, and that sounds like it's going to be
No, they
incredible.
are very cool. They've been playing all over Long Island, but they've been playing for a bit. The Mead brothers are part of that band, and they're pretty famous. Ken's also a writer, so he's an author.
So, they have a lot of original pieces of work.
Yeah, super cool. But I mean, he like books, so like an author.
So that's one of the things that I think needs to be, maybe we can add that to next year. It's like, we had poetry.
We should do it there, like on your hand.
Yes, right. The cheat sheet.
Write it down there.
No, there's like this, the book, in fact, John Clancy was saying that he's working on a book full of stories, short stories. I think, art is like art we find within us. Like, where do you find your art? That's such an important thing. Like the show Mind, Body, Home is all about finding that place that's within us that like can showcase the arts like inside of you. Like what you have in there, you bring it out. And if you feel passionate about it, you can turn it into something that is inspiring for others to look at or experience, whatever it is.
Yeah, so, it's an expression of yourself, right? It's like a form of like what your feelings on the outside almost, right?
Exactly.
Did you like that?
I love that. Like, I never thought you had it in you.
I know.
So we're looking at the next phase of this, of you and I.
Oh, okay.
Can we talk about that?
We're going to go there?
Do you want to?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, since we've found out that we're like sisters from other mothers, different mothers.
Good luck to you guys for this.
We just love we love each other in such a like on-set kind of way. I mean, we don't know what it's like to be outside. I've never, spent any time with you outside of this place, but I know that I love who I become when I'm here. And I think, it's very true. And so we talked about perhaps doing something ourselves.
Yep. So, here's a pen. We don't have the name of a show. We don't have an idea of what it's going to be about.
I think we could become really good critics.
But we're going to be doing it.
Yes. And I think it'll be part of a good future program that we can evolve into.
100%. And I'm thinking that we'll have plenty of artists come on and join us.
I think so too.
For sure.
And it really is about not just the two of us communicating and like being silly, but it's about pulling into what exists around us in terms of what's out there and bringing it to showcase for all of you outside.
We really want to highlight, what's going on in the community and doing it in a light way.
Yeah, not too serious. Just like what's happening in your neighborhood, and like who are the people in your neighborhood, right?
Who are they?
Who are they? And I bet most of those people in your neighborhood don't know how talented they really are. Like, right?
That's very true. That's very true.
How do you know, like, your neighbor has like a deep passion for orchid growing or photography, or maybe they play an instrument.
Are you saying orchid growing because yours just broke?
Yes. I just got
Poor Jody's orchid just broke. And
my
now
orchid just went right over and spilled out, saying, I need to be repotted. Listen to your plants. What is it?
I thought he was talking to us, but we're not.
I think we're just going to keep going.
So today, I think, you know, we digress, but we're coming back to today. Today's been fantastic, and I really think that what people get out of something today is that there's so many different forms of art. There's so much out there. There's something for everybody.
Everybody.
You know, it could touch, and it's so subjective that what I love doesn't mean that you're going to love it, and what you love doesn't mean that I'm going to love it.
True.
But it's personal, and it's about, you know, what moves you.
Yeah.
So.
And if you have something in it that you know you want to share with the world, this is a wonderful place to do it, right?
That's a really good point.
Yeah.
So if anybody has any of interest in coming in and joining us for next year's World Art Day, man, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah, and we could keep doing this, like even beyond World Art Day. Come and just take a look around and see what's here, because it's very inspiring. It goes beyond the phone, because the phone is, you know, we always carry something in our back pocket we can capture in a moment, but when you have the ability to work with a team of people and then you're learning something about the facilities that are here, right? I think it's great. But this has been an amazing day, and I'm so thankful to be a part of it. I truly am.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. You're a very large part of it. 2 programs in this today, and then you know, yeah, being a part of it is it's just been pretty incredible. And thank you to everybody, and thank you to Shanice, who I just decided that she was gonna.
Oh, she was amazing. Let's just make sure that we mention her, because she was great.
Yeah, she came in. And I just kind of like threw her in front of the camera, and she didn't have much information,
So
poor
great.
thing.
No,
So
she was
I think
great.
she did great.
She was.
So to everybody that participated today, I really want to thank them too. It was so nice for people to come out, or if you sent something in, you know, we love it. Please continue to do so. Thanks to the crew that's here. I mean, I kind of overworked them a little bit, but it's okay.
No, they looked like they were having a great time. Yeah, you really don't, you know, crack the whip. You're just chill. I mean, I've never known anybody to have such a chill. I was just like grasping my chair, clenching my teeth. I was like, but you were just completely in control. And I'm really excited about the next thing that's happening, the music, right?
Yeah. So we have about an hour worth, 45 minutes of some great music. They're kind of like a classic rock, folky band, and I think there's like 8 of them.
I don't know how they all fit. I don't know how they all fit in that studio. It's like
it's great.
It's great. It's
yeah,
gonna
so
be
I'm
wonderful.
really looking forward to it. So it should be a good time.
Yeah.
So, guys, how much time do we have?
6 minutes.
6 minutes. All right, let's play a game.
6 minutes.
You have something in your tooth.
Stop.
I'm kidding.
Stop.
Keep smiling. Show everybody. Go
no,
close up.
It's weird.
Do a close up.
Wait, let's talk about. Let's.
I'm sorry.
I thought we had like 10 minutes to do. We have like a 20-minute set here.
Okay, so let's keep going.
So I want to talk a little bit then about maybe what we can plan for the future of this.
For the whole studio?
So something for World Art Day, because something that I've been thinking of, so hopefully people will be able to maybe contribute, is I want a tattoo artist.
Okay, that's okay.
How fun would that be?
That would be a lot of fun.
I'd like to have somebody come in to, yeah. I've had a tattoo. I'd like to get another one, but I'm not doing it just to have a free tattoo.
It sounds almost like going to the dentist, but not quite.
No, and then I'd like to have somebody come in and do some kind of pottery work.
Oh, that would be great. Yeah, I know someone who can do that. I know, I've already got those 2 people ready for you.
You have somebody who does tattoos?
Yes, and pottery.
Oh, really? Mm-hmm. And then maybe somebody who designs clothing or something like that.
Wouldn't that be someone who sews?
Yeah, or like has like
a fashion designer?
Yeah, like a fashion designer.
Cool.
Like, so people don't think about this being artistic, but you have to be artistic. Do you know how artistic you have to be a tattoo artist?
Yes.
You're
working blindly almost.
You're just on somebody's skin.
Yeah, I know. It's right.
That's a permanent moment. Like, I don't think people think about that.
If you could get a tattoo, where would you put it?
Well, I have one on my ankle. I was thinking maybe like something on my wrist.
Also, maybe you could be that person that they could do like a little something live while on the show, like zzz, and like have it like, I don't know, something.
I probably could, but then I don't want it. I don't want it to look like I was like, oh, I brought them on so I could have a free tattoo.
Of course you would. No,
maybe. But if you want to.
Not at all. But those are great ideas,
and there's makeup artists.
Yes, but didn't you have one on once?
I did not. A makeup artist? No, I don't think we've ever had a makeup artist.
Hairstylist, that was it. You had someone do hair. I remember.
I don't think we had a hair. No, I don't think we had a hairstylist on.
Oh, something I don't remember,
but both of those also.
A chef, a cooking show you had, right? That would be good. Listen, if you can do whatever you do and you love like an eyelash, those eyelashes are really big right now. But I don't know if you want to do that. Ear piercing, like little body piercing stuff. I mean, that's not really. I mean,
what about jewelry making?
Jewelry making.
Do you make jewelry?
I don't. No. What made you think I would make jewelry?
I thought that you did.
No, I know people
Somebody
who do.
makes jewelry.
Yeah, I know. I've already listed. I've already got all of those people that can come on next year. But that will be an entire day, like from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. A whole day of art. That would be a lot of people.
Yeah, but I like the demonstrations. That would be good.
Yeah,
a beautiful demonstration. I would like people to actually write in or call in and say and tell me what they'd be interested in seeing and what they would have. Something unique, something kind of crazy, and some like live, like maybe music painting.
That would be fun.
Like a Pollock.
Well, you'd have to place
This is me.
plastic around the entire backdrop. That would be like, otherwise everything would be covered in paint. Are you coming into the picture?
They're doing the sound check, so you can wrap up when
They're doing a sound check.
We're just going to keep talking.
So they're not ready.
They're not ready. So
Oh, okay.
You can talk about
I love this. This is the start of our show.
This is fantastic.
This is the start of.
If you haven't,
how you guys met.
Oh my God.
If you haven't clued in, we're just waiting for the next act to be ready, and we're live, and now we're just jibber-jabbering.
No, but this is great because the idea behind the show that we want to create.
By the way, that's Marcelo, who's behind the camera.
Why don't you come and say hi, Marcelo? This is the man who does. He's like the wizard. He's behind the camera.
Yeah, he's like the.
Here, come on in and say hi. Come in. Get in there. This is Marcelo. He's the magic man.
There he is.
He's the magic man.
Look at him bending like that.
You see?
That's pretty impressive.
They couldn't believe me.
Should I knock him over?
She thought I was dead. Bye.
No. The Walking Dead. No.
And then there was that.
So yeah, we have a lot to talk about, and I know that when we decided that we were going to come up with this idea to work together on a show, I think it would be about the community, bringing in what we said earlier about bringing in people of all kinds, people, you know, maybe even talking about like your passion for wine or your passion for mushrooms.
I do have a passion for wine.
You know, the things that are being talked about now, like we can just open up a newspaper and just start talking about anything that's going on in our community. Just grab the Newsday, grab the local Herald, you know, and we'll talk about whatever it is. And I think we should talk about what you want to talk about. So writing into North Shore TV, how can people do that? How do they
you can use a pen and
please. Well, then you can type your email.
So you could always reach us at nstv.org. That's our website. info@nstv.org is our email. 516-629-3710 is our phone number at extension 12.
Perfect.
Or come here, pop in.
Yeah. So
you can wrap it up.
Okay, great.
Oh, we figured we would just ramble for another hour.
Do an outro.
Well.
There you go.
Thank you
so much. Look, this has been a cool day. Sorry for the last 20-minute ramble, but I think we're ready for.
I think we did a good job.
We're all right.
We're all right.
But we're ready for Ken McGorry and the achievements. So without further ado, please enjoy our last segment of the day. Thank you so much for hanging with us and sticking with us. If you're still there, appreciate you. It's going to be a great ending to the show. Bye, guys. Have a good one.
See you later.
going on? This is live, folks. From here on out, this is all live. How about never? This is a kind of new song called How About Never. Well, they tell you that love is hard. You gotta like raking the yard. But until you draw a card, you don't know what you got. Now there's a whole lot of work I've never begun, piling on me by the megaton. Whoever said this was supposed to be fun? How about never? I got better things to do. How about never? Will that work for you? How about never? How about never? Well, the girl that I pursued, turns out she don't like Chinese food. Well, that don't matter to me, she's the one I woo. What if I got down on my knee and asked that girl to marry me? And what if she said it's just not meant to be? How about never? I got better things to do. How about never? Will that work for you? How about never? How about never? How about never? I got better things to do. How about never? Will that work for you? How about never? How about never? Yes. Oh, thank you. Someone.
Let's hear it for us.
We have a new song, I'm proud to say, after all this time. Anyway, yes. It's a song where we're looking back to our youths. And that's that. But we were just like children in a candy store. We'll go to work at sundown, drive it home at dawn. We had no fear and had no idea who parked it on the lawn. We were pretty, yeah, pretty, pretty young and pretty numb. Yeah, pretty young and pretty dumb. We were barely legal, barely civilized, when just one look from a pretty girl would leave you paralyzed. You finally get a night off, go out and have some fun, but wondering, hey, was that a sin, and what else have I done? But we were pretty, yeah, pretty, pretty young and pretty numb. Pretty young and pretty dumb. We didn't need a reason to go and celebrate. Go carefree, we had to see our expiration date. Oh yeah. Ooh. Try some of this, a little devil do you. Try some of that, it'll go right through you. We didn't care where that stuff came from. Ooh. Oh no. Pretty young and pretty dumb. Oh yeah. Pretty young and pretty numb. Pretty young and pretty dumb. Pretty young and pretty dumb and pretty dumb. Yes, sir. Well, okay. Lesson learned. With that, I'll be right back.
Ken McGrory and the Achievements, everybody.
Thanks, folks. Okay, here's something we did in sound check. Maybe you'd like to hear it. Everybody seems to wonder where you are, but they never try to ask me why you're gone. I must have been in the way. These things happen every day. After the laughter, you come down. After the laughter, I ran out of reasons why so long ago. And I get the wrong idea if you fall. I pulled out the radio. I don't wanna know the things I know. After the laughter, you come down. After the laughter, I was after the laughter that comes when you smile. You would never let your boyfriend see you cry. You wanna be good so bad and hide it from your mom and dad. After the laughter, you come down. After the laughter, you come down. You come down. After the laughter, thank you. That's, we always say thank you to the good Lord for getting us through this. Any song. Now here's something that's new and old. If you're old, you may think, I remember that. But if you're new, you might think, what is that? It's a song about a guy who discovered that his young loved one is planning a trip without him.
I never knew what the song was about.
You got a modern, yes, such a modern sense of humor. You leave me wondering which way I should turn. Well, maybe it just may be a rumor. They say they saw you yesterday, pricing a suite at the Mediterranean. And it so tan. They wear bright colors night and day. Well, I'm sure that you will chance to meet a man along the way. But if you happen to need one now, you needn't wait for Curacao. Coconuts on the street, or a room with a view of the Caribbean. What are they gonna do with you? The people in Curacao get so tan. They wear bright colors night and day. I'm sure that you will chance to meet a man along the way. But if you happen to need one now, you needn't wait for Curacao. Curacao. That's how that ends.
Thank you.
Thanks, Curacao. We're hoping that the Curacao Board of Trade will like it. Well, and call us and say, we like that. What do you think, Rich?
I've never thought of that. You could make millions.
Of what? Of Curaçaoian,
This song is about Ken McGorry driving on Long Island.
Yeah, we're hoping that the Long Island Board of Trade will like this too. It has beer. It's a daily human race just to stay in one place. People pass you and outclass you if you can't keep up the pace. And an island treading water, hand to hand, it's like a thread on who remember Coney Island and that big white cartoon grin, where the crowd got so loud on the rides and the games you win. An empty can roll saying Rheingold, ooh, end to end. On you can depend if you took every mile across this aisle, laid 'em end to end. They'd reach the moon and halfway back again. Back and forth, try up north, but you can't go home again. There the road just loops around. It was made by working men. At the lighthouse, there's a sand cliff where the waves pull the stones to the sea. In the surf roll a can of Rheingold. There goes your history. Where we go and how'd we get here is still the mystery. End to end, stage to stage, keep an eye on the road, one on the gauge. If you took every mile across this aisle and laid 'em end to end, they'd reach the moon and halfway back again. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Okay. I think we're getting to the shank of the evening now. But the sun's still up, but okay. Maybe people will see this as a rerun someday. At night. Yeah. Eldorado. Eldorado, Eldorado, I think I'm ready for a brand new day. Eldorado, flame Diablo, who can find you now? There's a light coming soul can take. All you gamble is your lifeline. Do your dance. It's like the thing we call looking out for number one. Eldorado, Eldorado, I think I'm ready for a brand new day. Eldorado, flame Diablo, who can find you now? Eldorado, flame Diablo, who can find you now? People. Thank you. Okay, so that was Gregory Mead on this lead guitar and Douglas Baldwin on this lead guitar. Gregory's brother, Richard, is the good singer in the band. You just heard him singing. I'm me. On keyboards is Paul Brokaw, known commonly as Broke. But on drums is Bill Intiman. And we've all been playing together for a really long time. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you put those years together and strung them together, well, never mind.
And on bass is John Davis.
Oh my gosh. It's Don. I'm sorry. Donald Gabus is the hardest working man in show business. And there he is.
Last I saw. Nice shirt, Don. I really like it.
cannot fly. You like to eat, but you don't like the view. Invite my friend and I end up with you. Buenos noches, cockroaches. I am turning out the light. All God's creatures should be sleeping in my kitchen. You are creeping tonight. Though I tried friendly persuasion, all the sprays and all the bombs, I am braced for the invasion from a land of the swaying bombs. Buenos noches, cockroaches. I am turning out the light. All God's creatures should be sleeping in my seat. I know you're creeping tonight. Like the lilies of the field you reap, but you do not sow. As long as the rent is so cheap, there's no reason for you to go. I'm on my knees to you, saying please to you. I'm gonna send some killer bees to you. Buenas noches, cockroaches. I am turning out the light. All God's creatures should be sleeping. My kitchen, you are creeping tonight. Buenas noches, cockroaches. And in the future Holocaust, if I'm the only man to survive, I know that all will not be lost, because you will all still be alive. Buenas noches, cockroaches. I am turning out the light. All God's creatures should be sleeping. In the kitchen you are creeping. Won't you save me a bite? Won't you save me a bite? Won't you save me a bite? You know, Pete, thank you. The cockroach song, people listen to that and say, oh, it was short. And they're right about that. That's the way we planned it. You know? Okay, so we have time for a couple more pieces. This piece is called She Changes Everything.
And I do have to say that this is my favorite Ken McGrory song of all time. And he's written hundreds. So
It's Don Gabus's too.
oh, all right, Don.
He's behind me, and yeah. Wow.
Could I say something else? Sure. Ken and Greg and I have been together for over 50 years.
Yeah.
The rest of these guys are just tagging along.
For the past 40-something. I don't know what it means, but
No?
yeah. Baby's on a runway, taking off. Some sunny island where the landing's so off. I don't want to see her leave this way. Last night we wrangled in a one-horse sleigh. Now she's flying, yeah, flying. She changes everything, everything I knew about her. find her somewhere warm, where all the natives will see her transform into something new now. And that explains why this girl needs to be on aeroplanes when she's flying, yeah, flying. She changes everything, everything I knew about her. She changes everything I know. She changes everything. I can't seem to breathe without her. She changes everything I know. Never on a Sunday, that's for rest from all the deviations she confessed when she's flying, yeah, flying. She changes everything, everything I knew about her. She changes everything I know. She changes everything. I can't seem to breathe without her. She changes everything I know. She changes, she changes. She changes, she changes. She changes, she changes, she changes. She changes, she changes, she changes. Greg and Douglas, thank you.
My goodness. Boy, can those guys play guitar.
So, we got to get out of this place. And I figured we have something we can end with before our allotted time is over. And it's a song we used to do in the Lone Star Cafe in New York City. And I think in a minute you'll understand why. It's a song about an ist. Which kind of ist? All of them.
Oh my.
Yeah. Men will be men, that's what I hear 'em say. Boys will be boys till their dying day. Cursing at sports and talking about auto parts. With beer in our bellies and rusty nails in our hearts. Playing rough, that's enough for the men of the men's lodge.
Oh, baby.
I don't get questioned or criticized in here. Just tell dirty jokes and buy the next round of beer. And if I'm feeling good, I'll make that jukebox sing. If I'm feeling bad, better get behind something. Laying rough, that's enough for the men of the men's lodge.
Oh, baby.
The only girl here is painted on the pinball machine. Looks like somebody I saw in a magazine. Well, stick in a quarter, and I'll have that daughter as long as I please. Get a bonus and a ball for free. Playing rough, that's enough for the men of the men's lodge. Hey, baby. Playing rough, that's enough for the men of the men's lodge. Playing rough, that's enough for the men of the men's lodge. Yeah. Thank you, folks. Thanks for enduring that. Maybe we'll be back. We'll talk. And happy World Art Day here at NSTV.
Here we
and
go.
everywhere, all over the world. Thank you so much for having us.